Ew. Sorry, I was looking at other things. I'm Rajai. What's up, Nagito? I'm gonna just start the case. I need to know what's going on. How are you? We are gonna do case number 3 today. Let me just do this first. Boop. So that the screen is bigger for me. Boink. Oops. Oh my god. There we go. Not much is up, finishing a part something. Are you gonna make a Deku edit later? Noise. Noise, noise. Return of a great departed soul. There's only one departed soul that I care about in this game. So there's only one departed soul that's important. All the other victims that die in this game, yeah, who cares? Half of them are villains anyway. So let's see what happens today. Oh, I'm scared.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
Which is a real event.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park.
Your friend had a
Welcoming
good Deku
over
impression.
50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of the century.
The teachers about Deku's voice.
Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
Oh, suck.
But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. HERLOCK Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the crystal tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Sure. Sure it did. Sure it did. No it didn't. What could talk about? Oh, there's still more?
We are at the showground of the great exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Oh. I was like, there's still more cutscene? So your friend sounds like the English dub of Deku? Or the Japanese Deku?
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Yes, indeed. Oh no.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Look at that guy at the back. Oh.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Oh.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A
Wow.
world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Yes. Is he Dr. Doofenshmirtz from freaking Phineas and
A
Ferb?
man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Oh, he thinks he's gonna teleport someone?
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by
Bro.
a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Oh! Oh no, the guy's gonna be dead, bro. So is that the victim? That's not safe.
In but a few moments from now.
William Turner, is that his name? Oh, William N. Turner.
This gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To
Sure.
arrive an instant later on the crystal tower behind you. This one, yes. Whoa!
Ew. Weirdo.
Yes.
This really doesn't look safe. Oh no! Sorry, I'm laughing. I'm sure the guy's probably gonna die, but that's his own fault, bro. It's your own fault. Then nobody else's fault but Joe's. Dots.
Bruno, are you listening?
No. Oh, what was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper is full of news about the great exhibit again.
Ah, yes, the great exhibit. I like to go sometime. Dots.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Oh no. Do you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
Hold on. Dots. Ah! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruto? I've been here for about like half an hour already. We had breakfast together. We're literally eating at the same table. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast. Oh, Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes is the same as yesterday. Clearly can be deduced that before. Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I can think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh really? How interesting. It doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. Wow. Nice friend. Dots. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. What the hell is happening? So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh well, that will explain why you seem rather glum. Wouldn't you agree? Don't you agree, Hurley?
6 months? I've been in London for like a year? Over a year? Ah, did you say something? Iris? Ah, back to moping. Is it because of the final case of the last game that I'm banned? Why am I banned from being a lawyer? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, it's the great exhibition is open. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why won't we go and see it together?
I want to! Of course I do! But I can't! Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. You're embroiled in some tricky case you can't be distracted from, is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
Dots. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. When at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place in London pawnbrokery. So that case was... I was banned because of that case because I got back gilded of innocent. Turned out to be part of a far more reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Wentz family, this situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Rudo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law of your room, and the notes I've missed about Sholmes Home elf cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Wow! Start on this next silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Oh my god, I'm a freaking slave. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that to be reconsidered, specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court at Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice, not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to be the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, and the finest works of art. Feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I like to do? I like to look down on the London from those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. Can't understand it at all.
That's true. A lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong in the opening experimentation stage yesterday apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable, yeah, that's my proper atmosphere. Yeah. Wow. Shadows cast behind, is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Wow! Okay. Every article on the front page is news about the great exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive, hopeful coming from about the coming century. We all must go see it properly before too long. I'm not gonna look at that thing. Okay. Back page. Ooh. The Reaper attacked? So many glowing reports about the great exhibition and everything's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one. Dots. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Bruno?
The Reaper attacked? Man of Justice? Wait, what? That's Lord Von Ziggs! Where did they get this dramatic picture? That must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Attack? Lost cat. Where did they get that such a cool picture for the newspaper? Let's talk about his mood first. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You can say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? It's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. What?
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah!
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. Ah. That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Von Ziggs was attacked. That's terrible. Should we go help or something? You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Baruch Von Ziggs. He's attacked? By who? They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in the case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, the person's time left on this earth will be short. Violent. London's finest rogues always find a way around the law. They stop at nothing to secure an equitable trial. Falsifying evidence, playing sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. Even such devious tactics cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Thanks for reminding me. I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among the fraternity seemed to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Von Ziggs has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? That's not good. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He does look like he's from the army. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Whoa. Although it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Wait, so he's been shot? Oh my god, is he alright then? Is Lord Von Ziggs hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Von Ziggs and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody we don't know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Well, I must be leaving now. Yeah, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, really a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You think it would be off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Aha! Well then, see you later indeed. I wanna know if Van Zix got shot. Listen to him, still laughing on the way out the door. What the hell? What is this outfit? Mickey Mouse.
Alright then, Reno. Let's get going.
Oh, Iris, what the hell are you wearing?
I got changed to go to the Grand Exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oops.
Well, that sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then.
Oh my god. Alright, fine. Just lower the weapon, would you? I tried.
Of course. After the Supreme Court, we'll go see the Great Exhibition.
She's so cute. Let's go. Has this place changed? Nope, not at all. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But something's never changed, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Iris, get off the floor! This doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all. She's happily reading over there. Well, she's 10. What can I do?
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, hello there. Oh! Lord Strongheart. Trust you've been keeping well. Let's see. Since you've arrived and requested an audience. It's been 4 hours, 32 minutes and 26 seconds. I kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like more than just standing around staring. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Right, good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to be bothering him at all. Mayor Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You only need to savor the air for a moment in his grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you'll be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result. Policing the grounds, guarding new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including one from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we are hosting the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind, as it happens.
Oh no, just take a deep breath and come out of it.
I have to ask about Van Zix. Where's the option for Van Zix? Fine. I actually came here to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened. But the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again. Not Mr. Naruto. Yes! Here it comes. Starting to beat my arm. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Oh, well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend here on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident didn't happen, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which the young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? It's not making any sense. Notes. Never mind. I read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Britain. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You consider it, I hope. Oh, of course, please tell me more. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. Believe it is reported in the press. Are you aware there was a serious accident at the great exhibition yesterday? Oh no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment.
Oh no, he's from Germany.
Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis, as in like moving things with a click of our fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
The devil may cry? Whatever this serious accident was exactly, clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain ODS man. ODS man? Wait, what? S-man is his name? Wow. Yuck. An inventor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion?
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. But he was detained immediately following the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? He said a man died. Wait, that's back. If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry between him at the prison. There is very little time for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The great exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong? And murder? Fell out of my depth before I even started, still.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Oh yes, one more thing about the case. There is a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Von Zeeks? How? Wasn't he attacked? All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the great exhibition. Next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at Laos. The International Forensic Science Symposiums. Oh. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly! London, the global epicenter of culture, science and wealth, now has a population of exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly! The future is pleasing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly! It's extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. The number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be different from our current figures. And I cite 12 solid arguments, 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. What? No.
Oh, how fascinating!
Don't agree with him. It all began 15 years ago. I was... Strong heart. Stop! No! Oh, jeez. Wow, he really went on and on about his life. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish forensics investigation within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right, yes, it's wonderful. Exactly, wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. Surprisingly out about forensic science. Should I present the newspaper? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of overwhelming success on the exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? Wait, Ruffians Lord Von Zieg's life came under threat yet again of a group of heavily armed assailants brandishing knives and pistols to ambush him last night. Where did I get this beautiful picture, though? The sight of the Reaper of the Bailey and his companion. Oh, that's his companion. That was keeping the mob at the... Okay. The city is all very well in his system tomorrow. So that's like his friend. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Hey, what's up, Wolf? How's your day going?
Poor Mr. Reaper, what happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
No, he was attacked, but he was not dead yet. He had a friend! You're gonna be lurking, don't mind me. It's alright. I'm just enjoying this case. Just chilling. Lord Von Zieg's will not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. The day is started for you, eh? Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. I love Von Zieg's. What do you mean? Of course. I want to know if he's okay. Fortunately, Von Zieg's emerged from the attack unscathed. His street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. That's good. That's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked though? Do we know? Not. It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by von Zeeks. But the man was executed, and no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scene. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question made a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchman certainly seems to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman! Mr. Odie Assman! Did you say Assman?
That's the man who died in a big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an adventurer, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder if I could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart, sorry. Try me! Why do you use Lord Von Zeeks as a prosecutor? What do you mean, why do I use him? He's the prosecutor, that's his job. Dogs. All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Von Zeeks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Von Zeeks work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of the criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make sense. How do you explain how the way so many died, if not by someone's hand? Von Zeeks may have earned himself as the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I was leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. They probably went home. 11 hours late, that's quite something. Eh? The meeting already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So later was first inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Von Zeeks now? Can we go to his house? I'm assuming he's at his office. Oh, his office will do. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Right on the horse. Where are you now? Get the hell out of my sight. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense in entirely your hands. Oh, of course, yes, thank you very much, my lord. Von Zeeks is more important than this hairbrain man. I don't care. Oh. Prosecutor's office. Wait, is this Von Zeeks' office? I was hoping to go to his house, but ooh. Whoa. Is that him? That picture of him on the wall? Brother. Yo, his glasses. I mean, his. Oh my god, a chess set. Of course he has a chess set. His age worth. What is that? He has toys in his room too. Not surprised.
So this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so. Is he here?
But it sends chill down your spine, doesn't it?
I want to see that picture at the back.
What an amazing, deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? Is it him right there? Oh my god, what is he doing? Why is he on the floor? That hooded figure was so still. I didn't notice his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! Oh, what are you doing here? Oh my god! Von Zeeks! Wow! Don'ts. No, I wanted a picture of him. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh my god, I keep wanting to take a picture of him. But I'm so glad to see that you're well. I am. Dots. So, this wasn't but a war being punished or something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. Apprentice? Oh no. He's sitting there on his own free will. On the floor? Didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very capable in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the newspapers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Isn't it you? Oh, ow. Wait, I want to see his room! Lord Strongheart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by the henchmen of Odi Asman's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odi Asman. He's always masqueraded one of London's most powerful financiers. A global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict and not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance at the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was the most unusual cause of death. Oh, I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Oh, Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. He's so surprised. You think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, hasn't it, Rudo? I mean, what if you're taking on the Professor's defense in the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Don't. Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Oh! He's your friend? You have friends? Yo, what? What? Wanna help? Wanna help save him? I understood it. Professor Harebrain was from Germany though? Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he was in science. So our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. Though I've not met him since my university days. I want to see you in the university. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people representing him. Why? What's wrong with me? Only if I make it out of this office alive. You've actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. You gotta prosecute your friend! Bro. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
Dons. What's Lord Van Zix thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean I'm a crowned prosecutor and a mortal like any other? I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? People he prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. Wow! Brutal! But that's not true. Mr. Natsume, for example, he wasn't a vile wretch at all.
No, was kidding. In fact, she was ever so hardworking now.
Dots. Well, can't deny that since I've encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches had escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind, not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you are attacked by those ruffians because they believe he's true.
Don't. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Dots, do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, and with honor. Fam dude, how you doing? How's your day? We're playing the Ace Attorney, talking to the husbando. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. Right, that's my fate, that let God decide. Lord Van Zix. Should we present something? Lord Van Zix, about the article in the paper. Ah yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when the little skirmish took place. Nice top hat, bro. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there on the floor. Dots. As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us more about him? Dots. He's my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurdy then, Bruno.
What? I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. Ooh. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. He's not doing anything on that floor. Looks like he was wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There'll be good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh, hello! Jeez. Ew. Apprentice! Dots! Oh, dots. He's mysterious. Ah! The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate here all the briefs. Is he gonna... Dots. Dots. Nice to meet you. Dots. Ah, back on the floor he goes. Back to work again. That was really strange though. Never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. You gotta go for now, you join when you're back home, alright? No problem. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody outside his office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? I don't know. It looks like he could be good looking under that mask. Hey, Andreas. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Huh? Oh no, I mean, sorry. Sorry didn't mean to make you jealous, Bonzix. I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. Why is Naruto getting the hots for the apprentice? Dots. It couldn't be. What you thinking, Naruto? Ah yes, something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Sorry? Which one? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stooped and the moustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? He's a name, you know.
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Rudo.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post just the other day. I see. Dots. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you spend it investigating the case. Thank you for the advice and thanks for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Saseki-san. A Nipponese! Not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. Can we look at this room though?
Never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn out for the books.
A mad scientist? Oh, you mean Professor Hairbrain? That might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Von Zix, I think. Well, I'm gonna look at his room. Look at the fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in cold like they're worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor who's you define. It's your job! So it's my fault, silly guys. It's not my fault. That you throw it out the window. Yo, Bacon! Zig's desk look is so stylish.
And there's a marble chested beside it.
Because it's a shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really?
Shogi problems.
If only you really wanted. If you know.
Features. He looks younger. No.
Mind of the sadness of being too busy to.
Batman. Ah, they were bats.
Yes, the
Was the familiar.
If you were dead, you would.
Personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at times. Thank you for understanding, though. Oh, we got an award. Nice. Okay, bye. I want to spend more time with you. So we have to go. I shall see you, Bunsies. This. The warden said cell 11. This is that's this one.
Well, up in the boarded back corner, look.
That's the Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it?
Disease.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but he's back in action now. Especially quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of HERLOCK Sholmes. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch the sunshine. Sorry. What gives, Dan? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, isn't it? Is it really that troubling?
Hey, a mystery book. So how you go? Yeah, lawyer, aren't you? You can stand to carry a bit more copper in your pockets, Mr. Narado.
He is pickpocketing me! Well, hey, that's the last bit of my spending money, that is. Nice outfit, girl.
You can have it back, but I have to charge you for the butter. $3
This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver born and bred in the East End of London. In that case that led to my own suspicion 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Aldo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's the full name, Colin? You are about got cheese ram down your throat and all of you.
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assume you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Wow! Really?
You have to call me what everyone else does. Inspector Lestrade now.
Wow, he got a badge and everything. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspection part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls it that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigation's off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be a backup too. You have to fall down here, right?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions. It was 8 months ago now when I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the east end of a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to dig in prison. I realised I couldn't go one that I was, not even one that I'm working out. Oh, I'm pleased to hear it, Jimmy. Well done.
So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade since the top of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
Then it's Iris' old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised it, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to put it all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Jimmy, you're so sweet.
Oh.
So anyway, so I'll come to go a test for Scotland Yard. The only trouble is I don't read well, so do I.
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Harley approached Grexy and asked for help. So then the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jeannie and made her sort of an apprentice.
My god, everybody's getting an apprentice. Very magnanimous for Inspector Gregson and brave.
Well, you know Harley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Bruno, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper. She's still alive! In the trial, she was found not guilty, and she still is. She's still.
Come on, you're not on about that, are you? The Legend of the Old Reaper, what it's called? Cool. I didn't have to worry, though.
If I didn't have to worry, there wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of old like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm on the inside. That I ain't done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsumi in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, it's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm perfectly fine. Cool. It was out of this world, it was. Brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine. Suddenly started billowing smoke. They just went pop. Ain't seen a better experiment there.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes?
Yeah, of course.
The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything run smoothing.
I mean, the boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. It's gonna take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is I'm on duty, so when I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up on them flying balloons when that happened, watching it from above. No, you were so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to pull the boss in this place already, died. Yeah, no problem at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunny Brimby still be claiming that this experiment was a success? Alright. Well, it was a success, in a way.
It was. How could it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like you said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, it was a lot of smoke and all what a great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
What? In the tower?
You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there in the scaffold. Oh, where the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, in case what the victim got in to start with. Really, they gave beam through the air, whatever, landed all the way over there. So you see, they kind of worked, didn't it?
What? To believe it.
I mean, I don't get the in and outs of it, but anything's possible, right, with science. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can have this. Plan of the experiment that drew up in the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob a year. It's a fair fare.
I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Wow. Oh wow, this drawing shows me nothing. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. But what is worth anyway? Investigating's open the cards for us.
Yes, naughty old Grexy ran off after them without explaining himself. Yeah, right. That. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate the weird machine what blew up yesterday. But that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate either.
Why?
What did the boss call him again? Forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from all of them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Funny, bit funny, ain't it?
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. It's never heard something like that before.
I thought I could have a going down the quiet though. Boss caught me at it.
You probably heard him giving me an earful about it from down here, didn't he? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much as an earful back as I remember.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Oh, the freaking potato chips. You gotta say something for him, Otto. See if you can get through him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is?
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gracie will listen to us.
Will he? On the floor. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's something scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid as a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Rudo. Oh, look, what's this? A red piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's a canvas, I think. Some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it with Giddy's mid-yarn.
Oh, you can look up. Okay. What's that at the back?
I guess I see somebody drop something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What's this? Some part of a machine that exploded?
Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What the hell is it?
What's going on here?
Oh, nothing! Just hang on to this just in case. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experimentation was being conducted. No, I don't want to go there yet! So that's it. The machine that blew up.
Must have been a magnificent explosion. Seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end up in a bang. In fact, his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Explain the burning, the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time he made something that exploded with such a force, he took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Anyway, enough about that. Time to investigate.
Aren't we not allowed to? Oh look, Inspector Gregson's over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Let me go back down. Oh, we only can be here? No. How do we leave? Wow. Stripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
Someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
This part's crucial, really. Something like that even possible though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous creases the way you flew over just now, Gracie.
Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up there.
I'm so sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Oh, wonderful! This stuff is really wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. Hey, we're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ah, listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up there. This blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame, driving me potty. Ah yes, it's a special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. Don't know what the government thinks we're playing it sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gracie?
Nuts. Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, ladyship. Just little those dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Well, let's look around then. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai.
What?
I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I've written especially. And see if I can get Hurley into a jam. Against some Batitsu Master Ninjas!
Oh, they mean like the Steel Samurai and the Jam Ninja? Wow, whoa! Iris, you predicted the 100 years in the future, man. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
That's dumb.
But I do know a prosecutor with a Shomage top knot I could introduce you to.
A Shomage, really? You think I could have my picture taken with him, didn't you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Hey, meows! Greetings, fellow humans. There's nobody here. But Iris just made a reference to the Steel Samurai. Also, we learned a bit about Van Zix. We were talking to Van Zix just now. He has a boy beside him. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get my strong up myself, yeah? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please. Spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Oh my! Yeah, we learned that, so he was attacked yesterday. He was attacked last night and he had a little friend with him. The Reap. Also, Iris is wearing some new outfit. The kingpins of criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. Still looking around here. Hey, this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Von Zix, by the sound of it.
It makes you think.
Oh, it makes you think that's how the justice system works in London. Then there must be dark forces at work. Yeah, we saw Von Zeeks, and his apprentice. Iris looks gorgeous. Yes. Yeah, we saw his office just now. We were in his office. Oh my. Oh. Hello, Von Zeeks. I was trying to get screenshots of him, okay? Don't judge. I just wanted nice screenshots of this man. Also, there's this dude here who didn't speak to us at all. Apparently he's forbidden to speak. There, I'll take a screenshot here. We also saw a picture of I don't know who. Apparently Von Zeek says it's not even him, so what the hell? Looking much like Von Zeek to me. He didn't say who it was. Anyway, oh, I already read the line. Y'all's looking real dirty and let's give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer the question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying obstructive flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, it's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think?
Oh, isn't it lovely one?
Is there blood on it, or am I blind?
The handle is in the shape of capital A.
For Albert? Albert is our client. And he's also Von Zeek's university friend, apparently. He also... So our client is Mr. Albert Hairbrain. This is the victim, who's the... we have the masked man. Yeah, this be our client. Oh wait, a year. Oh, Iris isn't 11 yet. Oh yeah, Gina's back and she's becoming a detective now. But this is our client today, and he's university friends with Von Zeeks. And he literally called Von Zeeks a pleasant gentleman, the darling. The little darling of the Von Zeeks family. I'm like, little darling? And then Naruto was like, little darling? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything I say. Touch anything, I'll make sure I'll kill you before I drop myself out, I say it. Yes, I understand, sorry. Only touched it a teeny weeny bit.
But Percy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Thoughts? Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. It's fancy sporting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Grexy. Wait, he's gone. What is that gigantic thing over there? It's like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. Are you blind?
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you are mad enough to go in one, it'd be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new ride of sword there, Bruno.
Man, don't you love the 1800s where they don't know anything about the future? So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it will evolve them being suspended from colorful floating tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Bruno, please.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case I should tell you what Harvey said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I suppose it's one of the once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of the thing to wherever they're going. I think it was supposed to shoot.
I don't think you're supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looked, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him up across to the Crystal Tower is an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. Sure, it's by far the most unusual experiments planned for the exhibit, mine. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous in many spectacles is present, I mean. Someone's doing everything it can to promote the new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. They could be the first to develop some new technology that makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. With the powers that be placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so any theories the brains have remain in their legal property, as it were. Right through developing into a new practical idea and going into production. Which is what the infuriating reason why couples aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because new high-fidelity special defensive for scientific equipment act forbids it. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are some brand new department at the yard. The forensic investigation team is called. They've been relegated to keeping a guard. The forensic investigation team. Any fool can see this EPUB scrap matter was a sham to begin with. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gracie. He's very ahead up, isn't he?
Remind me again, what's this new legal act that we're not allowed to touch the scene here? All you haven't at me, Sunshine, is the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think Harley mentioned that recently with a real twinkle in his eye, I remember.
I'm sure he did, Your Ladyship, I'm sure he did, especially for this great exhibition he was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions some suits in civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, it's a guaranteed rights that maintain the invention's confidentiality. Was it really, Bean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day in this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine it? I'm science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. This sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shambles, bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there's a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas, the very theory of our invention is deemed to show potential. The government hands out a research grant. Suddenly scientists get funding? Exactly! That's what they're all after. All this shamus coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. Who has to keep them all safe? Who has to smile politely and welcome them as couples, that's who? So you can see why I say now, can't ya? Hang science, I hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now conducting his research. That's right, all came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, and as I understand it, probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Von Ziegs. What's that? That's news to me. But if Von Ziegs means the prosecution that is accused, the professor's fate is sealed because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey. That man's beyond me. I don't know what's going on in the head of his. Talking of Von Ziegs, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. No need to worry. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper. How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another one of the Reaper's victims, or so I hear. Dorks. Lord Baron Von Ziegs is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice just can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified, and that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Von Ziegs initially. We all assume he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies the charge. We've done everything through a thorough investigation. The conclusion we reached is that Lord Von Ziegs is in no way related to the deaths of people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All the defendants that couldn't just coincidentally die if nobody killed them? I know that, but can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, that's the whole point of the Reaper. But Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Von Ziegs was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind and little darling. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere? Chasing us away suddenly.
That's...
What's up, Madison? Suddenly chasing us away after talking about Von Ziegs, huh? I see what you're talking about. Well, how are you doing, Madison? How's your day? Looks like thick layers of canvas with a thick rubber lining or sorts. Never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Shone's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell is this? Is this a crossbow? Your legs don't work right now, you walk too much. Oh no!
from exercise or errands or something. You can't investigate anything about this? Really? Wow, why? Does this look like a crossbow? What is this? Can we move? To see Von Zeeks? Oh, he's still there! Oh my god. Hello? Man! Wait, where did the guy go? Wait, the dude is missing. The guy on the floor. Hello, Von Zeeks. Lord Von Zeeks. Don't. You're just very weak. You got the you got the Sanrio amiibo yesterday. Nice. You replaced Vesta with Etoile. I've considered getting the Sanrio amiibo, but I don't really have a villager one. I just want the items. I want the cinema roll item, the umbrella thing. You went to class today. You took the bus and had to walk almost a kilometer to your school. Oh no! Little sleep and no caffeine. No. Hopefully you can get some rest now. You sat next to the right person because we became friends. She gave you a ride home. Hey, that's good. Notes.
I think he's ignoring you, Bruno.
The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside the courtroom as a rule. We just had an entire conversation just now. If anyone's being rude here, it's almost certainly the man in black standing before us.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me, Bruno.
So, Lord Von Zeeks, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? Dogs. You love the Pompurin theme? Dude, those are cute too. You hate the rug? Why the butt rug? That's like the best thing. The best thing in the whole game. The butt rug with the butthole. It's funny.
He's definitely ignored me.
Right, no niceties either then. Where's his friend? Hello? The guy is gone. Well, we can't converse either. You have 4 days off. Oh dang! Hell yeah! Well, Von Zeeks, I'll see you later. Bye bye. Wait, where are we going now? Can we go to the Crystal Tower, please? The Crystal Tower, certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition and definitely is being so tall with all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this being erected in Japan. The Tokyo Tower?
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. There's also an observation deck, there's also an art gallery, a zoo.
There's a zoo inside?
And a museum. I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may be the biggest draw.
Thanks to the accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look on the disaster from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to grab in the balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. Can we go in? Can't inspect the Union Jack. Well then. Huh. Should we move from there? Inspector, have you read this paper? There are 2-1 welcome blasts back to back. This one's an exhibition in the Reaper Get in the Dark. I know, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it?
I tried to pretend I had a reindeer that turned over for 40 wings. Thanks to that, I was laid up and got roasted from the super. Some mornings are like that, aren't they? Think you should go and collapse in your bed. It's alright. Go get your rest. What haven't we investigated yet? Just going back and forth. I need to find my way to leave. Should I present something to her? Does she know this? Does she need to explain the picture? No? What have I not seen? This dude's up here?
That's why the cove ended up in this after instant kinesis or whatever they call it dead, of course.
And yet they're calling it the experiment success.
What's the wooden scaffold over there? The coppers are lads set up there after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know really.
Can we go up there? Didn't think you helped to erect the scaffold then.
Now look at Duty Small Martin wandering around the exhibit and keeping a lookout for fun stuff.
Mine Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, only give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis?
No, listen!
What is it?
I've been thinking. Harley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Von Zix, you mean? This is more interesting! Who cares about the case? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. For him to be a prosecutor 10 years ago. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
He This is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madam to spells? Like the freaking wax museum? To Sauls or whatever it's called. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. Very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno.
Madam to spells? Don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them all. Well, let's go then to Madam to spells. Is it a wax museum? Oh no, why they give me a date? This is weird. It is a museum of waxworks! Nice. Whoa! Whoa! What the hell is happening? Is that Elizabeth Bathory? My god, I think that's straight up the serial killer Elizabeth Bathory. Is this a museum of serial killers? That was Jack the Ripper, no? What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes! Why are there all people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. Know what I'd be dreaming about tonight? That one's real.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Wax models? Wait, is he investigating a serial killer? Wax models? Ah! I read about the dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax apparently. It's colder. Adipocare.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, Adipocare doesn't afford readily, you know. It's only his very... What now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. Nagito! You say you will make a Deku edit 2 hours ago. You still haven't started a bit of it. That's me with my commission sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, I have to start this, but I have so many other things that I want to do. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real.
So that's Elizabeth Bathory, who killed virgins and bathed in their blood and drank it in real life. Cause she's weirdo. She's one of the most evil female serial killers in all of history. They made her look freaking smexy though in this picture.
All entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. You expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh my god, and there's the bathtub where she bathed in the blood. Disgusting. You got hungry, started having a Nagito kidney moment, got carried away. Just watch compilations.
Oh!
And this is Jack the Ripper. Clearly. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are just realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Dots. Wait. Why is he posing?
What is it?
Oh no. I must be seeing things. What the hell is that? There's a hand there. This place is a mess. What the hell is happening? What? I don't want to know. Okay, let's look at her. Is some infamous murderer
Yes, called Jane the Ripper.
Jane the Ripper?
All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding that knife. She's a sign of a murderer. Why are you so shook? I don't know.
Well, yes.
Ah!
What's the matter, Rito?
I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Yes.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board there. Doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, don't think it's significant.
Did they switch the information? Think it has to be there for a reason. Ah! They must have switched the information about Jack the Ripper and this Bathory lady. Watch the guy's name be Jack Bathory or some stupid. Please do not touch the statues, they say. Well, Naruhodo's right actually, so I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Is this an example of Western Sujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unsculptured samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword?
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that Sujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject for now, at least. For now, you say?
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder.
Dots.
What is it? Something wrong?
No, it's just in Japanese we have a totally different word for ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder!
It's begun. The argument's begun.
Or just steps. Be careful of making assumptions like that about other cultures, Bruno. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. The argument of step ladders and ladders is very, very important, okay? Very important. I'm just gonna ignore her for a second. I can't deal with this. The hand. Dots. Is that an arm?
Dots. It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Oh no, stop scaring me.
Is it a wax arm or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Put that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! That big heavy curtain is its prominent position, isn't it? It's covering the exhibition. It's a nasty feeling. There's gonna be something truly terrifying behind it. I bet it's a real person.
It's a famous exhibit special. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. Good idea. You just got your lunch at the moment. How you doing? Good idea. We are looking at wax models of serial killers.
It's only a suggestion.
But are you doing good idea? Are we just gonna ignore HERLOCK? Yep, that's fine. That's exactly what we're gonna do. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Oh, maybe. All the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time, all the visitors are going home. They suddenly start moving about.
Ugh, just think about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Wait, we're not gonna talk about them? Okay, those are real people, I'm pretty sure. You doing good? Okay, fine. I guess we just talk to HERLOCK. It's the great detective, Mr. HERLOCK Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue here, really? No, he doesn't.
Well, he's the world famous. He's world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. Is he pretending?
I know.
But
Look, Rona, you can kick this Harley and he doesn't move a muscle.
what? You can't go around kicking the exhibit side. Wait. It moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. He definitely groaned in pain.
Really? Did it?
Look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Dots. Dots. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. Whoa, he had to hold it? Weird. My dear fellow! I take an exception you're recording in such matter, as if you've seen something truly apparent. Mr. Sholmes, I knew it! Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruto. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You one-winded me! Lamau Iris.
But Rena has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, question.
And I thought you'd probably get getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, can't deny your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. My great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from unimaginable loss.
Oh, Harley, you do talk nonsense. You do like to talk nonsense, didn't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Lord Von Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Well, I'm actually in quite a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it's related to the matter of which you've come to me now. But how could it be? Shall we speak again presently, my dear fellow? For now, I must return to my work. Well, back to be a temporary waxwork exhibit. What is it? What is this place? Dots. Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed quite a great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but this place is something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of this waxwork is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution of waxworks for victims of the guillotine. Ah, that sounds grim. Gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the face of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. It's just one of the several legends of the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth to it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some margin, is the House of Horrors. The House of Horrors? The House of Horrors? Of course, visitors are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals and their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were they sent to the gallows. But they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. Wow. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits here.
They are portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? That's exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When the members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them a hand to shake. For a shilling, I happily allow them to take a photo with us. Us, does he mean him and the waxwork murderers here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. I've ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, Harry, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. He's threatening me to rope me into it now. So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have to pick of the murderers and scoundrels here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruto, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark that sound a lot like a curse? Thoughts? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually it's about Lord Von Zieks. How, friend the Mr. Reaper, how'd you find him? Well, I trust. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes on everything about everything I learned. About Lord Von Zieks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering, what was it that happened to make Lord Von Zieks such a different person?
I was sure you know, Harry.
Thoughts? You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. Something was afoot, and that you believe it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Thoughts? Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly climbed up. Wow, it seems we reached an unavoidable... Greetings. Who's that? Oh, who's that? Hello! Where did she appear from? What's she wearing? Could she be any more mysterious? Oh my, which anime are you from? You are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know... Not again! He ignored our question! My apologies. I'm Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my museum of waxwork. Wow, you're the Madame Two Spells. She looks cute for Madame. But bien sûr, they're only 26 years young. She's 26? I might add. Is that significant somehow? I, Madame, in name only. It adds certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'd be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be no toilet trouble. Ah!
She sounds deadly serious.
There's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Von Zeke now?
Let's not forget what Hardy said before. Something about being a foot. Right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but
I'm so curious. I want to know what happened here.
haven't we got enough on our plate already? Did you make all these waxworks with that Madame Tuspel's?
I did. I am the third generation of waxworks artisans, you know.
Gosh!
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as he did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that led to the astonishing lifelikeliness.
All of these workers really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. There, all the waxworks were created in the presence of real people as they were, which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary life-likeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope.
Which was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that? With that.
My temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, one of these past exhibits need in addition. Is the addition of a world famous great detective.
Or words to that effect.
Huh?
Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, it's creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
Or words to that effect.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't need to do what he's doing now, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning.
Or words to that effect. What is happening?
It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
The consulting detective work not going well? I wonder, could I ask you something?
Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is there anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident perhaps? Oops. Oh, mysterious, huh? Dots? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Well, it was, your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned to me he's disappeared! A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Oh, not some tawdry object for trade! There you are! Leaving the exhibit again where you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madam to Spells, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer no. I insist upon payment in advance. Dots. You've been trying to watch the stream for a bit and the signal keeps vanishing. No, come to the boo. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live to his name, shall we? Come to the boo. Before I engage my analytic processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is to spell special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer, I presume. Would it be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolutely none. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Oh! I strongly encourage you to be allowed me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Does? Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only for a second. Number 139. I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. To spell the exhibit is a bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however? Oh wait, that's one of the jurors! He has been in a jury before. What? Why is he on the floor? There's the poorly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Is he dead? Well then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself? I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork in fact. What? As skillful as made as these waxworks are, they are indistinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. First, a sizable business transaction that has been taking place in the special exhibit. Why would you say that? That pose looks familiar. And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ugh! She looks as pale as the candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame de Spells, as you agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famous great detective temporary exhibit at work. Oh jeez. What's happening? I wonder what any of this has to do with the case that we're currently doing. She's so pretty though. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in the museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So what did this large sum, this money reveal? It's not as much as a involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, at the spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by the public notice. Waxwork for sale! Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. None! Let us explore the next curiosity which is presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such shocking blow of has caused the £200? It would appear that you twist this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for a sum of £200. Only when he came to hand over the money did it occur to him what extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. As a result, we see him before his collapse in shock. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched the killer price. We can only pray the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Hey, Spocky! The chat works! Hey! Yeah, YouTube probably was being dumb as hell. Welcome back. I'm glad the chat's working now. How's your day been? The question that arises then is what's become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe the neckerchief. Oh, what? Andorra. Such worn by the policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the public that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating the museum. It has been good. You activated your gunnery card. I don't know what that means. I know him well. In fact, he's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? This man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turned our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching him closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost in fact as if he were waxwork. But your action only confirms my suspicion, madame. There's a price tag on him, by the way. Notice at once, observe. Telltale sign that proves whether or not this man is the old man is a waxwork is the price tag. Though he has a yellow band as well, that means he's a police, no? Tragically low price, you may say. Though perhaps a going rate for aging waxworks was riddled with cracks. Yes, she only sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard, is that so, madame? That's so obvious. I do not. Yes, the waxwork you stole has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave. I think the old man's alive, by the way, but not a moment too soon. He has no idea what he's talking about. Discovered already. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of horrifying puzzle. I think they're both relevant. Dots?
Dots?
Dots? I see I've stunned you all to silence.
You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset the young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo at 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. What? Did you call me? According to your deduction, the special exhibit featured this old policeman, so that would mean he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? Yes, the killer policeman, Automole. Sorry, it was mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was the policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Automole.
You mean that's who the sinister-looking old man's that's supposed to be? Indeed, this particularly grim face is not. He looks asleep. That's what. Unforgettable. In fact, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would only be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So it's quite a lot then. Dots, is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? The bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
The smell of the molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call you on your assistant here, Iris, if that's alright, to make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's deductions. Oh, so Sato isn't here.
Of course he's alright. We'll soon set these straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Dispel vents her anger. Just what I was waiting here, my dear fellow. So, Madame Dispel, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Nice. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so heavily from her bag. Mass possession sum 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah! Notice much as of involuntary glance you cast to see Madame Spells. The answer lies where your eyes fall now. Oh man. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she said any of her wax was even for 200 pounds.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
Dots? For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have been some other significance.
Let's follow the photos once again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
How about the guy on the floor? Ah! Note on the wall. It has 200 pounds on it.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October.
What?
This is just like the sort of thing left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Poor man. seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all. It's not just alive and kicking. Or just not, he's not a waxworker mortal as a mass murderer.
Not sure I paid £200 for him.
Don't think the man's up for sale.
Well, anyway, it's a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip.
I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. So how are you? I'm doing good, just chilling.
Take that!
I'm just really enjoying this game. Really, that's all that's been worthwhile this week. Is the playing this game. The significance of £200 is revealed by this ransom note. Quite so, we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork.
Ah!
£200 is no small ransom fee, if you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put all the money I have. In summary, the £200 you have in your bag is ransom money. Now let us explore the next curiosity which represented. Who is the poorly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? Juror number 1 or whatever. Wait, did she say something? Oh, dots. It appears the man has suffered a severe shock, because of which is clearly known to you. Duh! Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man with such shocking blow was, of course, the £200. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does it leave us in terms of who this man is?
We can just ask him when he comes around.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yeah, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt he suffered a shock, it seems clear. But in that case, Madame Tuspel's trying to hide. Let's have a closer look around. The old guy? What the hell? I didn't see the hand! Oh my god, that scared the hell out of me. I didn't see the freaking hand. Long hair braid? You can investigate her hair braid. Madame Dispel has a very long hair, doesn't she?
But you couldn't tell when looking at from her at the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, wouldn't you think? The sort of whip that could have the floor gentleman with a single crack.
That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Bruno.
Francisca? Is she Francisca? Francisca's ancestor? You have enough game cards for the Switch to start ripping game slots in half? What? What do you mean? I don't have many game cards.
This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be. Clearly see her left hand after all. But wait a minute. A left hand, this is a left hand as well, look. Wait. Huh? Ah. The only game cards I have, the AI Somnium files. I want to get the physical. I need to get one of those game card slot things too. I'm running out of space in my little box of games. Because I keep all my DS games in their box too.
Don't say such creepy things.
Oh, don't say. What did she say?
Oh, this is a left hand as well, look!
You can buy this game if you wanted to, but must save your money up. I had to buy this game immediately. The moment they announced the new Ace Attorney game, I'm buying it immediately. Right away. Hey, what's up, Stone? Yeah, I'm just chilling. How are you? Don't say such creepy things, Iris! Please!
It seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean it's made of wax?
Take that!
Did she slap the man with a fake hand? What dealt the man with a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand.
Indeed, with a solid waxwork lid, one could deliver a substantial blow.
How could you?
The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals it's in fact a left hand.
Ah!
And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It's the hand of a waxwork model.
Yeah!
Oh my god! So, how did she hide that?
Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm?
Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try and remove it as a souvenir.
Ah, no small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch from a cherry tree when you go view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, a scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious, to the point where we may revisit later. For the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit had been kidnapped. The question arises then of what has become the waxwork that changed hands. Let's consider the problem for a moment.
There's a game that I want called AI Somnium Files though, that I'll need to buy at some point if I can find it. You cannot possibly.
What immediately strikes about the conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we must observe the neckerchief.
So I'm guessing this is the killer statue then, the policeman killer Automole.
According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign that other policemen that a crime is underway.
It's a way of communicating with colleagues without revealing his identity, yes.
You've returned, welcome back.
It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Joinery cards and debit cards for kids. I see. Goenry? I don't know what.
Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Yeah, his hand is gone, no? What the? The man's hand stub is sticking out of his shoulder where his arm's supposed to be.
That's done.
Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm been ripped off from the shoulder down. The arms down. Oh, that was Iris. Of course, it ties into what we just found.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless humans walk this earth, I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. Seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. Yes,
he has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. Simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally! What other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor on the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, the particularly unsightly visage. So many presents in your mail in Animal Crossing. Today Walker wanted to move, so I had to wait another day for someone to move out. I'm hoping Gabby moves out, or or Shari or Biff. I need them three to leave my island. Yesterday it was Stella, today it was Walker, who had the moving bubble. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were a waxwork.
But you... Your action only confirms my suspicions, madam. Notices at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is obviously the obvious price tag. The killer policeman called Automold, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year. I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Twopence isn't much money.
Only for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrido's delightful logics, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork is somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. This crusty old killer, a policeman, Automo, really?
Perhaps we should take a good look around again and see if we can cut another idea crops up.
His leg is literally moving.
Take that!
The telltale sign instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork. It's the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks don't exhibit a twitch. In other words, splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well read into spells.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place.
He's clearly fatigued, sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at the local market. Presume you observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course. Because you know there's been just a criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective.
So we see we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the specially ruthless killer special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes HERLOCK Show's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Deduction complete. Elementary.
All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to demolish my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway.
Oh my god, she's dancing. Oh, cute!
Your great deduction was more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I have no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
That's... Yes, tragically it was.
Then I would ask you to recount us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. As much as detail as possible, if you would, please.
Very well. After I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
That's the talents of a great detective to be put back to use, I feel, but as you wish. Wait, okay. I'm gonna be right back before we talk to her about the stolen waxworks. I need another drink after that great deduction. Took a lot of my energy. That face. Thanks. Mr. Naruhodo. Boop. Tell us more about the stolen wax book, please.
It was some days ago now. When I came in here one morning, I immediately noticed that the wax was missing from the special exhibit there.
It was your most prominent display. So that's why the curtains were closed.
And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork was stolen. It was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose.
Dots of a particular horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time when I was born. Isn't it? Didn't it?
Oh no. It's 10 years ago. When? It did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders had rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, exactly the time that Baruch von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. Oh no! What? Surely he's not saying.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
Not. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who is this Professor then?
It was a series of gruesome murders that all happened in London, gripped the terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed,
Oh my god!
the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course he happens to be absent at the present on the account of the adoption. But I don't understand. How is this all related to Lord von Zieks? Dots. You must first understand, my dear fellow. Why is it the Professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose. Some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Harley?
Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy, members of nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Ah, wait, of course! What Professor Harebrain said. Lord von Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh.
It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint von Zieks. Oh no! Can't find a custom design like what you wear in Animal Crossing? Like the Ace Attorney clothes? There's a Reddit post that has like a whole list. No! I don't believe it, Von Zieks! I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his... Oh, he's always his brother. Oh no. thought it was gonna be like his dad. Ah. So the picture is his brother, his older, Barok's a younger brother. Oh no! This is gonna give me all the feels. I feel like when it's the sibling, it's worse. Like when it's sad when it's the parents, but when it's the sibling, that feels worse. I feel. We've had a lot of cases in Ace Attorney where it's the parents that die and then whatever. We've never really had like the sibling. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barok pursued a career as prosecutor and eventually became the Reaper we know today. Dots. I had no idea Lord Von Zix had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. Really? Wow.
I'm afraid I have to excuse myself as well.
Well, Barok's not gonna be very happy that we found out about his brother. It's been a pleasure, thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involve you coming to visit me here. What? Oh my god. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barok. It's been 10 years, and here we are meeting in the prison of all places. I can't forgive you for what happened to Mr. Asman. But forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. BRB, alright? But do you mean the Ace Attorney close? Still can't believe it would happen. Dots. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes! I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. It seems reliable enough though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know, I heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Dots! Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barok, are you really... What? What? Never mind. I notice you've my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Man, he's your friend, bro? You fix some ice cream for the show you're about to witness. Oh dang, the drama is real. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barok. Until tomorrow then. See you in court. Bye. At least he came to see his friend before prosecuting him. Before sending him to jail. That's why sending him to death. I didn't expect someone that ugly to be Barok's friend, but okay. So that guy on the wall is his brother. Huh. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo! Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand, it doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure is here is off the charts. I've never felt like anything like this. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I hear that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that controls the air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Oh, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? You say that sinister. Counting on you to this trial to save my life. Save the secrets of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Thought he said hair brain. I mean, his hair looks like a brain, no? Yes, I understand. Know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Oh, my conversation, Mr. Naruto. You appear to have been lumped with a tiresome case here. You're here on time for once. Wow. Since when? Why aren't you asleep? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect you to see you here.
That was very mean, Bruno. Leaving me alone with Hurley. It took me an hour to wake him.
Ah! Oh! Ah! Is it? Are you? HERLOCK Shells? Yes! Indeed, I am he! HERLOCK Shells! Oh, I heard all about your exploits even whilst living in Germany.
Ah yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This man's installment is sublime. Your deduction of the adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah yes, a memorable case indeed. Concerned the snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the speckled man.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh, I have urgent business at Madame Duspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? This week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh well, never mind then, I understand. Of course, with my skill of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the Miss Universe intractable mysteries, you might add. You might say. What kind of pie do you like? The cream pie? I mean, what? Oh yes, quite definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yeah, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruto, a word in your ear, if you please. Huh? What's this about? Come here. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel like I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage is, practical implementation, as such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. I'm a bee hot dog, Holmes. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he firmly believed it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And is that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial? I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
Goodbye.
Well, it looks like you're on your way on today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
Oh no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
On your own? You sure? I don't want to leave a 10-year-old girl roaming around on her own.
It's gonna be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
Alright, sounds ominous. Man, I'm alone in the courtroom today? I've normally always had someone beside me because I'm a wussy. God is to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Susato's not here. Iris isn't here either. Man, an experiment that the laws of science can't possibly succeed. And a scientist is convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Torinosuke. That's the key to this case. Well then. The old daily courtroom. Oh yeah. Oh wow, we got a fully new jury. Never seen any of them before. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're sitting here today in the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrine. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to plead their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Dots, I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Susato-san today. Dots. Ugh. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Eddie Asman. Mr. Asman was known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Wanzings, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. Yes, his name is Asman. The work of the Reaper was it. Dots. If that's how your lordship would describe divine retribution, the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrine. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? It's grateful to have been selected to carry out this very important civil duty, my lord. Whoa! Look at her! Whoa! What kind of jury is this? This is the fanciest jury. Is there a vampire beside her? What the hell is happening? A man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh God, you goblin said she was down my spine. Oh, what the hell is... What is this jury? This is the most designed jury I've ever seen in my entire life. A magician. Science experiments, magic, conjuring, tricks, courtroom trials, and all and nothing more than performances. Honest Horace color that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. What the hell is that? Yeah.
You have to listen to what's said on both sides of the piece. And sit alone a while, I see.
That's a guy. Dots. Wasn't like this, buddy. Wasn't like this at all. Dots. That's the police killer Ottomo lookalike again. He's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Why is a constable a part of the jury? Now, I'm sure as you're all aware, the incident here with the judge today tragically took place at a great exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the defense took the death toll would be far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. The tragic turn of events is such the eyes of all London know. The whole world will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. Oh, that's not gonna happen. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Von Zinks. At the heart of this incident, it is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of scientists' latest developments, I take it. Government is keen to capitalize on great exhibitions to improve Britain's technological advantage. So how's Kazuma? Still dead as ever. We already talked about him like briefly. This case has been more about Barok so far. We've been all about Barok. We know more about Barok than ever before, and I almost cried already just hearing what had happened to Barok. Because we went to a wax museum and they were displaying serial killers as part of the wax museum, and there's one wax museum statue that got stolen, called the Professor, and one of the victims is Barok's older brother, which we haven't brought up to Barok at all. We only just found out before the trial started. The technology being demonstrated by this accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Wait, Barok, now you missed a lot. Yes, we found out a lot. We went to his office. We went to his office, and he has this apprentice with that doesn't speak. Batman is his apprentice basically, and yeah, we talked to Barok. He has a giant picture painting that we thought it was him, but it seems like that might have been his brother instead. And apparently, our client in this case is his university friend, and in university, he's described as an easygoing and kind little darling of the Van Zix family. Easygoing, kind, little darling of the Van Zix family. Probably because he's the baby. That's so weird. He's the baby of the family because he's the younger brother. This is the younger brother. Weird. How strange. Like, I don't even care about the client and the case that's happening right now. I care more about Van Zix's story. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they're subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even in the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe that for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking! She looks like a Divask from that super old case. Huh, the idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. So, I believe you're a fan of the Royal Society, are you not? You're an expert in your field. I am, in my world, no matter it can be considered final. It's a... no! My god. Man, these voices. It's the dance, guys, this is poppycock! What do you say? So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. Beaming someone, teleporting someone, yeah. Let me imagine him with that personality. Ow! Ow! Oh, I have pictures of him in his office if you wanna see. Oh. Oh, yeah, hello. Hello there. Nice office. Also, his office has a chess set, like, just like Edgeworth. Where's the dude? Did I take a picture of the guy? Did I not take any pictures of the freaking dude on the floor? Oh yeah, there's this dude on the floor. This guy was on the floor. He's forbidden to speak to anybody. Also, this was the painting on the wall. So we thought it was Von Zieg's, but that might be his older brother, I guess. Which, like, damn. Also, yeah. Don't worry about it. don't worry about it. Oh my. Von Zieg's. Even in your office, you're looking mighty fine. Also, Von Zieg's was attacked last night. Von Zieg's has been through a lot, okay? Yeah, the apprentice was pulling a red, speaking in dots. What's the prosecution's view on the matter? Dots? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What? Wait! Barak! What? Order in the courtroom! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it's deemed to have merit, substantial research grant will be made available. Guess Hansenov's is in the family, his DNA. Too bad his brother's dead. Victim of a serial killer. The serial killer is called the Professor, which is okay. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypotheses to take Mr. Asman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. What? Oh, come on! Thank you, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution stance is clear. Yeah, his name is Clint Von Zieks. I think that's what his name was, with a K, K-L-I-N-T. But you now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Oh wow, clothes come off. Bailiff, show the witnesses to the first witnesses to the stand. It's just so weird that you look at Barak, and Barak is the younger brother. He's the baby of the family. It's so weird. He's a noble family, apparently. And the serial killer, his victims were all noble family members. Noble people, like royalty or whatever. Witness, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gretchen, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question in charge of the following investigation. Also, this case is like, we are currently like a year after we came to Japan, so we've been in England for like a year. Clint's more like clicking out. Oh my. Albert Harebrained, scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from the university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate incredible hypotheses here at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright, incredible explosion. But science! Science was a success! The instantaneous kinesis worked! Is that Clermont? Dude, he's as annoying as Clermont. I'm surprised Van Zix is his friend. anyone saw it, they must have. There was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. That much is undeniable. I showed this photograph for a forensic investigation team. This was taken inside. Oh, this was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition. The man has clearly been stabbed, no? You're telling me an explosion killed him? He's clearly been stabbed. Hello? The stab wound? Small mouth. Also, he looks like a...
That's right, my lord. Seems the victim was rammed straight into it. Whoa.
Oh, I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Gregson has a small mouth. Oh. His potatoes will make it bigger. Oh no, not another snack. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was O.D. Assman. Yes, O.D. Assman. Assman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, put in an aside for the time being. He was a man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. I see. To summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Is that correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine!
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage? Oh my god. Someone shut this man up. That being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it be possibly determined whether this was an accident or deliberate or malicious act? Oh, he's a scientist, yeah.
Extremely simple, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me?
Oh my god, no, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with some complete certainty.
What? How can he be possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. Think we have better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment have been a front for murder. Hairbrain is a scientist, yes.
The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projected. That's all. It was my mistake. And I guess we have to say it.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest, where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp and right in the heart.
The future is now thanks to science.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. This fella's the only one who could have done it.
Don'ts. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says the death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No! That couldn't be further from the truth.
I have here an experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team.
Woo!
I got.
All I want to know is about Barok. Okay. Also, the victims, like henchmen, were the ones that want to try to attack Balrog, by the way? The victim stood himself inside something called a birdcage to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the bird cage materializing in midair. 1-6, you realize that sentence makes no sense. Wait, there's a hot air balloon there. There's a hot air balloon there. He came from the hot air balloon, no? From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. He came from an air balloon, no? But how would he be at one place and the other instantly? We've been out for a while, hopefully he didn't miss too much. Don't worry, we just started the trial. Playing water gun in the game Go Vacation. My word! One assumes the next victim's neck was broken upon impact in the tower then. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, and really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution will like it entered in the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Hey! I was that person, you know, the whole ludicrous performance. Wait, let's see. So this is the picture. Okay. Where's his hat? Wasn't he wearing a hat? Victim! Oh, the ass band. Oh no! The coroner is named Courtney! Courtney Sith. What? Courtney? Justine Courtney? Why is the coroner's name in the autopsy report is why I'm wondering. That's such a strange thing to see in the game. Around 2:20 p.m. 47. Hemorrhage for cause of death, hemorrhage to a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by the sharp implement that the inspector took it away with an A on it. Additional observations: a broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. Because we found this screwdriver with a letter A as the handle, and then the inspector was like, "Yeah, no." The only part on the stage with Mr. Assman was that disgraceful excuse for the scientists.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
I'd imagine otherwise. Really?
Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh yes, my lord. Need to focus here. It's been a while. And I'm also like alone. Nobody's here with me.
The corpse went crashing through the crystal tower and the broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation.
Hold it!
So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? You calculated it yourself? Personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
I believe you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
The
like before for the brazen confidence. I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction and ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable. I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then you have to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Assman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah! Crackling comments. The answer should have been 3. So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense! I don't know how to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2 right. Obviously, first we thought the bloke had died due to spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case. You'll get your answer when I finish my chips and fish and chips. Just killing your butt in there every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that was the cause of death. Right! So what we'd all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest.
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensics investigation team only this morning. This was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. What was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use to demonstration one of his particular interest. Aha, there's a screwdriver. This. Oh, that would be appear to some kind of screwdriver now. There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! And Andrew, of course. You're my secret neighbor, ooh. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I named them all, you know. You know you're not really you're taking ownership in the murder weapon right now. We're one big happy family. Don'ts. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is the crosshead. What? Well, it appears that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. Oh, that isn't. It's blood beyond all reasonable doubt. Goofy music, by the way. No! Just alone! The long sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Oh, yeah. Order in the courtroom! Jesus Christ, the court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. So one of the professor's harebrained tools is the murder weapon? Great! Let's look at it. That's so sad, I'm alone. You got a limit of money, oh no. This is blood. Mr. Asman's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at the murder weapons. Oh shh. Okay, I almost dropped my drink. I've seen this unusual shape handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill of the floor at the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Wait, what did I note down? A very distinctive handle. It was poking through the whatever.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Ron, do you really have to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage for the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own 2 eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, there only someone on the stage with the victim.
Scott!
What'd you say? Bro, Scott?
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that might be relevant here? Dots? Professor! Oh, sorry. You can buy Just Die already. It's on sale for $10. What about a Panty Putty? Pantsu Putty? What's it called? I want to buy that on Steam. I need to get tomorrow I'm gonna go out and watch Shang-Chi, and I might look at a Pro Controller as well. Cause you can use a Pro Controller as on your PC too, right? As a PC controller. Cause there's a few games on Steam that I want to play in the future. But I might need a controller for those. Oh, sorry! I was calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. The witness stand is the best place for that. Seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Oh! No! Yes, it's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have done to stop the victim, yeah? I don't know, but there's no way I could have stopped Mr. Asman, as you say. Yeah. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew's into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no blood swimming pool. Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Don't. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I didn't see it like that. Why is he the only one making comments? Is one of them mixing chemicals mid-trial? Yup. Because Ace Attorney, you can do whatever you want to go. You can drink wine, you can bring a knife, you can drink a booze, you can bring a gun, you can have chemicals, scientific chemicals that might explode. Yep. Typical day in the courthouse over here. Well done, Professor. That's a great counter-argument. Order in the courtroom. We have swords on us. Both me and Barak. Pray forgive the discourtesy that I savor my drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends in duty. What? Kind of lawless forecourt. The law in the courtroom since when? Nobody follows the law in this courtroom. Everybody commits perjury like every 5 seconds.
Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barak. I'm really not a patch on you. Little whore! No, you're not.
Crap! No weapon.
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound.
Well, of course.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this?
Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon was been left in his body while it was beamed through the air. It's not there right now. It was found in the grill.
Why do you think that, Inspector?
When you pull out the weapon that profuse blood occurs, while it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts. Want for a better word?
I see.
Yeah, this is where we present. They won't let you buy it? No! Where's so subtle when you need her? You asked me this bloke masked what he was doing in review before he was stabbed in the chest. He beat the victim off the stage with his fancy device and steal the screwdriver where he planted it.
I would never do such a thing, not to my precious tools. Would never use it for such dirty work. We only use tools for the intended purposes. That's common knowledge for any scientist. The fact remains the lack of blood at the scene can be easily explained.
Well, we found a screwdriver in the crime scene. Safer. I was like, dude.
Objection!
Hey, what's up, Celebi? Thank you! So you can watch a stream. You use a shiny Celebi. Celeb64? Thank you for following my Twitch. Yeah, I think once I can do villager hunting in Animal Crossing, then I'll do my Twitch. I'll do the first Twitch stream. Cause I'm not sure what to do on my first Twitch stream. So I might just do the villager hunting for it. But none of my villagers want to leave yet, so I mean they want to leave, but it's not the right villagers. Waiting for the right day. Welcome back, Spocky. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. My nose is like all over the place. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood on the experimental stage, even though that was where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is the screwdriver was still in his body, and he's stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Dots? Yes, but about the screwdriver, the thing is we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking out through the metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, sure. Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. Haven't followed you yet? Trying to look you up. Oh, exclamation Twitch will give you the link. I need to add the word Bosu, but I can't change the username for 2 months. I'll add the word Bosu once I can change it though. It shouldn't have, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been on the stage. Ah. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And has been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Owner in the courtroom. How do you explain this, Inspector? It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person was moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, they should have been beamed to the destination as well. Yo! This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually did take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord! If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied on. You've got the game, A. Dots. Lord Von Zix is stumped. What the hell? Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. Equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into details, there's no inconsistency. You're not helping! You did add $10 to the Switch. Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. You're not helping! What? This guy. Ah! It was seeing your illusions have been shattered, like that glass that I just threw in the back. Sure, clearly we should hear the accuser's explanation.
What's your profile picture on Twitch? Here's the link. Here's the link. That will give you the link. I said the exclamation Twitch.
Gonna take 21 minutes to download. Or should I say this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientist! Very well, defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo! What? I will, my lord. Apollo? To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data for my research. But my hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though.
But he's wearing metal glasses. You're fighting. Your neighbor is fighting a pillow right now. Isn't he wearing metal glasses? What about his glasses? And his buttons? Is this not metal? Also those eyelashes too? In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work would have been impossible. He just wants to prove that his machine works. He's so stupid. Why did I take his case? Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine we built together. Good, I good. Dots. 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 So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypotheses, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victims being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see! We had to make the case used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain? Yes! Whose side are you on? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No, no, no. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I am a scientist after all. Oh my god. No, dots. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Fire away, Mr. Naruto. Is it not just the photo? I'm just gonna try the photo. Because isn't his glasses made of metal? His glasses are still there. See? They're safe.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis from using the machine you just made, right? Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can see clearly that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with metal rim. What's metal? No! Metal can't. That's not metal? No! We've already established that the purpose murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed! Ah! Oh, we're in the courtroom. What the hell is happening here? What's the implication of this? If on the day in question this alleged instantaneous finish never actually took place, it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than the stage. And in that case, someone other than the victim the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis! Bro, we're saving your life, brother! This my hypothesis is sound. I proved that day. It was a success. The experiment. Oh my god, I hate this guy. I consider me, my capacity as a fellow Royal Society. Yes, you're number 4. You're ahead. As a murder science, there's one thing I simply cannot avoid. And there's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? It's very otherwise. Enemy scientists, no, you messed up my hypothesis. Real. My hypothesis! My hypothesis! In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. It really was. Believe me, my villagers, when I tell you that this man is a heel abound their fraud. I say the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. Your hypothesis is BS, bro! Do you want to go to jail? Do you want to be sentenced to death? Do you want to be hanged? My dude! Just because you... Scientist! Typical. Protected by the Spedicus! What a devil! Who made up that death rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Raise an objection. Your hypothesis is crap! Exactly! Beaming them up? What is this? This ain't freaking Star Trek, bro.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. Even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Oh. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum. Conspirators? What would be value such a grand £10? You're an order of magnitude outbound. £500 a year.
Oh, yeah, could have had someone that much for years.
Societies notice an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Right when Van hit the table, the thing buffered. His presence lags. Plenty of scientists argue with each other to get the largest slice of funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No. I haven't deceased anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. You must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to be, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to Crystal Tower. He broke the stream. He buttered up the stream. which means that the experiment was a success. Barok, are you high? Oh, Barok! Please stop, shut up. Therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Oh, Barok! Where is this hitting? I have no idea. Who am I fighting for? My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Wongzings. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What was that nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibit who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? While court grants permission for the prosecution's request, I very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no post-sheesh. Why is the scientist like in love with Barok? They're friends. University friends. The accused killed the financier victim on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectator. Okay, Barok's into Japanese men. Just kidding. Naruhodo. He also had a companion who was Japanese apparently in his 10 years ago. Now my learned friend. Oh yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. Alright, my lord. I bet. Good. In that case, the court is adjourned for 20 minutes. I don't want to defend this guy anymore. I don't want to defend this professor anymore if he keeps going to spit out this BC. If he continues his nonsense. This is the third case. What the hell? Follow you, Bosun. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be doing lots of things. We'll be playing our normal streams. I want to do some 3D modeling streams as well. There's a few other games I want to play too, like AI Somnium Files. Next year I want to play Stray if I'm able to. It's a game where you play as a cat. And there's maybe a few other Steam games we could get if it works on the computer. Cause if I can get that Pro controller and use it for Steam, we can play some Steam games maybe. You! Let's play The Last of Us Part 2. Just kidding. Dude, that's a waste of money. Mr. Naruhodo! What on earth were you playing at just now? I would like to ask you that question, ho. Hey, Manuel! You better has it been 5 months? Dang. I hope you've been well. Also, look in the mirror, bro. Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypotheses! My amazing hypotheses! You've been picking holes on it from the start! Because it's rubbish! Also, it makes you a murderer! You dumbass! Sorry. Very aggressive. This guy is just the worst client ever. Sorry about that. But you promised me! You say you proved the dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! Yeah! Me proving that your hypothesis is rubbish is saying that it's an accident! Not murder! Are you high? You said you keep your precious inventions from falling into anyone else's hands, but all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Do you want your life or your pride? I did make a promise, you're right. I said I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist, so I don't understand your hypotheses! In fact, the fact is there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Oh, if I just run through some equations. I will slap you so hard. It seems my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh! Oh no! Somebody delete him from this universe, please. Thoughts? You're right. You're so right. It's my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Yes, please. Well, that might be a bit little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barok? He's being awful. This is him being normal. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as prosecutor, but as a human being. Hey, you know what? Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? But he perhaps is not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore. He's still classed as a Homo sapiens, but he maybe is classified as a Homo first. What? Let's find this thriller. Run through the door and drop Quick's hairbrain. Dude, thank you. I'm about to strangle him and kill him myself, and then prosecute myself. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypotheses, I presume. There was no trickery involved. Dots? I drew the plans for the machines with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that the science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. You must believe in the bullshit. Alright, I'ma be a lamb and I'ma be a sheep and believe. Alright. Give me the plans. Counsel. The prosecution witnesses are ready to take a stand. Court is ready to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. It all hinges on the demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could have possibly killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation such as attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? That it's impossible! Hence, it was an accident. Hence, he's not the killer. You gotta believe in him. What are you gonna do to make Hairbrain die? Parappa, I gotta believe. Parappa the rapper. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby. Oh my god, okay, we're back in court, alright? Counsel for the defense and prosecutions, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready. As is the defense, my lord. Say, Lord Von Zees, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on question with their own eyes. Is Ginny one of them? So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only individual to be present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The position is clear. Bring forth your witness now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses with proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Who the hell? Also Ginny. But who the hell? Who the hell are those two? Witnesses state your name and occupation for the court to hear. Ah, He's a hot air balloon guy. He's the murderer. Because I think that the guy was killed in the hot air balloon and dropped down to the floor. But who's this child? 2 minutes to the game download. My name is Balthazar Lune. Balthazar Lune. I am the impresario of the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage. Is he Italian? Oh no.
My name is Wilhelm Gostreit Sigimund Ornstein. I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
So, Mario and a child murderer. Did he just get a child balloon?
I am very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard, great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on the ERS exhibition, got up to one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina again. But she did mention she's seen the disaster from up in the balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in such a balloon at the time, saw the events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like we're in the clouds! Here was only an altitude circa 60 feet very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya?
60 feet, that's about 18 meters. Okay. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give formal testimony to the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially the those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Bro, this kid. He's 11, Bohemian boy. Bohemian boy. They didn't even put his name there. They just put him as Bohemian boy. What this disgrace. Wilhelm Gottsrich Sigmund Ormstein. Twas an incidente terribile. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
This is huge bang from the stage, then the next second another bang from the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Oh my god. Europe, man. A most extraordinary connective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony I've not heard any mention of till now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as the power supply to the machine demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage containing the victim disappeared from the stage a moment later. The second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Was the explosion the hot air balloon beside it bursting? The bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently plummeted down to a crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly the cage appeared before my eyes. There was a person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a scene. So I kept my eyes wide.
Look, he's running out of balloons. Or he formed a new balloon.
I still have lots of money.
Don't. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition.
Yeah, I am here in London on sightseeing with my elementary school.
We will have been the benefit of the child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Oh my god.
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see the delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise then. The point is the testimony of these witnesses further substantiate the facts up to the court. Namely that despite the ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successful and demonstrated. Furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one's approached Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, the only the accused was with Mr. Asman on stage could possibly committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. Prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. So I had to stretch. This this case is taking all my energy. The Gina's younger brother? No, they're just some German hoe. I mean German child. Just some random German kid. Gina doesn't have a younger brother. That we know of, at least. I don't know. Gina's a detective apprentice now. It was an incidental terribly. I'm only grateful my balloons were not a damage. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. CC! Wait. Oh. CC! All 3 of them were bellissimi bambini! They're very popular signal. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Oh yeah, forgot the word rich. He's some random German rich kid. Royals have all the luck.
I'll go up there for free. I did play the old work for Her Majesty's police card, you know.
See, that's Spanish. I don't know. I can't tell if it's supposed to be Spanish or Italian. I honestly don't know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they would crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by the lords, with each operating mining in particular area. See, and the zone above the public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement of the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed in the incident.
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bang on the station and the second and another bang in the sky next to us.
I think we already can tell that the second bang was from a third hot air balloon that was above the crystal tower. How he got stabbed and how he teleported there, I have no idea.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the incident from above in the air?
Yup, it ain't amazing. What a detective get to do, eh? I tell you, y'all though, being a lawyer is a max game. You should join the force and can go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly how you saw it, do you think?
Everything! We saw everything! Because we were up and above it all. The dodgy cave climbing under the cage, dodgy professor pulling on one of them levers. And that's when it all happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I don't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around, there was a huge great ball fireball next to us in the sky. There's nothing there before.
What is Charles say? Excuse me. Master Gods, does your memories of the day differ? If there was a giant fireball in the sky, it was a hot air balloon.
Is that? My teacher at elementary school said it when you meet someone for the first time. You should always use your full name.
Ah, yes, what was it again?
Well, I'm Gottlieb Sigmund Ormstein.
Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? This game is cool. I love this game. This is my favorite games ever. Something to add in response to Detective Legina Lestrade's last remark. Perhaps.
Well, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them in the moment? Gods.
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah, there was a second explosion right beside the balloon, that is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing. Then the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude to interrupt, you will have the most awful lie if imaginable.
Oh, the game you're playing is fun. Oh, nice. All Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy.
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I could only witness a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Hey, you what? Never saw nothing like that. Well, I did, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream.
My god, this kid is older than freaking Iris. Ugh, rich people.
My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say that it's a lie. This is not allowed. Kids playing the royalty card. Typical.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Gina. Typical, right? That says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not that the sky exploded. There was a green balloon that sits next to ours at the time.
Give him a pacifier. I'm gonna freaking chuck him in a crib. I'm gonna freaking put him in bed, bro. Do we present this experiment sketch that only shows 2 balloons instead of the 3 that it probably was there? And then he can help explain that there was a 3rd one.
Objection!
Ah, dang. Do we press him then? I don't know. I just want to know about Baroque. Press him. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am, sir. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring.
Dots, I think you mean bored.
Ah! English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo! It is wrong to lie!
Lie?
Flying balloons never explodes for the same reason the planets never explode. It's logical! Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult other Bohemia.
My day!
I will have the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out of the sky. One of them!
Don't! Your Highness! If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. But however, the cage fell from the sky like a stone. The green balloon. Ah! Is it the green cloth that we present? We have a green cloth.
Objection!
No! I mean, it isn't at all to the evidence, even I think we're supporting his claims. Do we present anything? We don't really have much evidence. A green balloon. This one we can't inspect anything. There's nothing to inspect.
Hold it!
Did you see what actually happened? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion there around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I look up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still up there.
I saw it though. It was so slammed into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Eh? You see it? Oh no. How could that be me? I was up in the balloon when I...
Right.
So because I wasn't available, it was the boss that let you over there. It was getting off, shoved and kicked all over the panicky spectators as they tried to steal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing.
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage well, all the smoke. So I didn't really want to see it, to be honest. I was scared of me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. Prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if there's actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. They needed to find out more about what exactly the people saw at the time. It has to be the green balloon statement. Why else would it change? It was not that the sky exploded. It was a green balloon. Is it not the map? We tried the map already, right?
Objection!
Surely something about the last name is odd. Whoa! Rude! Wait, what? Is this a crossbow that shot the balloon? The balloon? Alone downs. Should I press the previous statements? Did I press this one? I pressed this one already. I pressed that one, right?
Hold it!
What place out of the cage? That's what?
Wait, this is new. No? Wait, what?
I looked down. There's a huge great fireball next to us.
Oh. That description sounded like for a moment the man was beaming instantaneously through space.
It's mind-blowing, isn't it? That's what the 20th century for y'all, I reckon.
So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believed they saw something miraculously taking place. How come that one changed?
Hold it!
Did I press everything? It has to be that I had to present something there. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon next to ours at the time. What the hell? Do I have to inspect this? No.
Oh, my freaking headphones.
Nani? Nani? Wow. Why is this one like impossible? I think I pressed everything, right? it's not the balloon, it's not the sky, but there's a balloon next. I have no other evidence. How can I say that there was a trick?
Objection!
It's not this either, that makes no sense. We don't even know what the hell that is. Oh, Nonny!
Hold it!
It's the same. It's just now. Nonny!
Hold it!
It's the same.
This is my Birkin mini.
You just jump over two speeding cars, yeah, that way you saw them coming. Wait, what? Do we present to him the balloon thing? Because we have like the freaking whatever, the green thing. If the balloon exploded, so his balloon got damaged, do we show him this? But we haven't really determined that this is from a balloon, right? This is the same. I'm speaking to myself now. Like, isn't it in the game? Iris isn't here.
Objection!
Oh my god, that one was hard! What the hell? I thought I had to present to the kid! Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. I'm out of breath. You looking the other way, you got scared, you're gonna get hit, so you jump while in the air, you see two fast cars zoom by, oh no. Oh my god. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, that had been terrible. Terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it might be. See, part of a balloon, the bottom piece of the fabric of the envelope. But you're okay. Hell yeah. Sorry, the envelope. Part of there's the last round part of the balloon which becomes filled with the hot air. Also, his head is on fire. No? Is he Mario? Why is he rubbing his face? Like that. It is made fun of take a fabric with line with the rubber. You do not want to rip it up, rip while you're in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Goats testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Urgh! If all the balloons in the sky were above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! If the balloon exploded today, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on the board was killed. Oh no, having spent the 10 whole pounds for the spirits are awful.
Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous crisis did occur! But after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by the balloon. Causing the balloon to explode is eminently plausible. No, it's not. Unfortunate traffic accident as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This guy cannot accept it. Why not, Mr. Lune? You're suggesting I'm a liar. The person that died in the balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Lune. Balloon. Not a liar. There was no balloon in the sky. It is not impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operated a day. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now, my lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. I concur there is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I believe. Whereas you will give the full supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Oh, grazie, my lord. Why are we talking to the kid? Oh, there we go. As I said, Balthazar Lune is not a liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying the passengers. If they fell to the ground in the explosion, that would be catastrophic.
Well, you can't get away from the fact that we're a bit of closer to the fan of the sea, can ya? The corpus said the yacht reckon it was probably some debris from the explosion on the ground, on the stage.
The stupid raccoon is miss. Oh, it's a mistake. Many balloons had the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. This case. Your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. See, exactamente. Even if it saw the balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be what? It will be war. All out war.
Somebody get these 2 kids out of the freaking courtroom. Gina's the only sound one here. And that's saying something. This kid. Oh my god. What happened to All Out War? Mr. Lune doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them true. Think long and hard on that one, my little friend. Think long and hard on that one. Long and hard. The situation clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may cross-examine the witnesses. Hold on. I need a break. These witnesses. They're making the voices, man. Taking all the air from my lungs. Okay, back. Just have to regain my soul for a second. You love the Ace Attorney series? Now we go, oh, thank you. Yeah, I love this series. We've been playing it since the start of our channel. And the perfect timing for the new game to come out when we finish every other game. We literally finished every single game, and the last day that we finished the final game, literally 2 days later they announced this new game coming out. Like just in time. Also, I'm slowly dying. I think one of the reasons I'm kind of dying is because I just want to know Barok, sorry. I don't like our client. He's annoying. Our client, the scientist guy. He's kind of noisy. He's not helpful at all. He's the worst kind of client. And these voices, man. Okay, I just needed air to enter my brain. I was losing brain cells. What about Professor Layton? Wait, who? Who's Professor Layton? We don't play that. We don't play that. What's that? Professor who? The professor? The serial killer that killed Barok's brother? Where's that story? Just kidding. Okay, kid. Alright, we're examining this guy. No liar. Every balloon out of the sky landed safely.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. That's a secret note. I might have not noticed when I was given 100 lanterns and one was missing. But we're talking about the 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe that I make a mistake about having so grand and expensive? I think I'm just hungry. I should think about that later, Bonzies. Oh my. I can't wait for the sad flashbacks about his brother. I'm sure they'll be there somewhere, and then we can all sim for him. I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have report here clearly states a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Mr. Straight must be sent for such a menial task.
What, me? I'll tell you what. I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he had to go him himself in that case.
Huh.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the sea, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day question? Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park, operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, I'm sure you agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon incident that predates the exhibition? See, exactamente. As the signor says, it's not from one of my balloons. What you say, kid? Did you just swear? What's this kid say? Did you hear that? He said, I don't say so. Some
German words! Screams in baby German.
This ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh my god. Excuse me. Baby child. Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
Is Master Wilhelm Gottsrich Sigmund Ormstein?
On the tip of my, it was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw.
My god.
There was a great balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but the choice of nothing. If you do not have the evidence, ragazzo, I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man, little baby, a photograph, for example, some tangible proof of what you saw.
Well, why didn't you say so earlier? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious! You just... What?
I have not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited.
This kid be pulling out the freaking Canon cameras, man. Canon HD. Caught in 4K. Whatever the meme is supposed to be.
I took lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot air cellar, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You took one?
But all I wanted was surviving the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Show us the photograph, please.
Of course. Then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really saw a green balloon. too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Also, the picture is no color, so how the hell are we supposed to tell it's green? Perhaps you cannot see that it's a green balloon from this photo, but this is not my fault! This is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera there!
Oh my god, he's crying now! He's 11! What the hell? Is he crying in German? What's going on here?
Why? Weeps in German!
That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Weeps in Bohemian. Very well, the court accept this photograph into evidence. Oh my god.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
This is why we don't bring children to God. Okay, hold on. A photograph taken by God while he was riding a balloon shows another balloon he claims was green and the exploded moments after he took the shot. What the hell is going on? Also, it's empty, by the way. There's no zigzags, it's empty. Nobody's there. I don't know what this laser is supposed to be. Ah, this is from the crowd, not from the laser beam. It's a shot from the crowd, not the laser. It was a crossbow. We have the thing that it looks like a crossbow. So we have to pinpoint that one, that the hot air balloon is empty. Two, that the shot came from the freaking floor and not the machine. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big
Oh my nose.
explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and the hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photo changes narrative. I could not give the flying fig. Whoa, hey, watch your language, bro. The 10-year-old kid is beside you. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Luna's testimony doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Lune vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge would be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Is it that there's zigzags on it, but the picture we have doesn't have the zigzags? Red and blue striped zigzag, but the picture we have doesn't have zigzags? It's a very important picture, by the way. But then the full balloon isn't in there. This thing.
Objection!
Yeah. I figured. Let's see what else he says. About the picture and the balloon. Ah, wait! All the balloons were carrying passengers. The picture we have is empty. There's no passenger.
Objection!
It's empty. Unfortunately, the photograph master gods can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important here. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There'd be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure. For a brief scene of you, my balloons will only fly with the passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in disguise above the experimentation stage. A mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you the one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Ew, the balloon on his head.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you can look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition, oggi. The competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimental that was going on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded the very same moment that Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps fell to the ground after, them scorch marks. They didn't come after the stage at all. It was bits to the balloon raining down. Cause no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over experimental station.
Objection!
Oh my god, I can't speak. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Hey! Really? Have we really got the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else in this photograph can tell us there's nothing more we can learn from it? There's more! Y'all can't see the laser beam? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gods may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue.
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. Tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion? We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky when it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that the photograph requires close examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. What's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, it leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason behind the balloon's explosion is, BAM! The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous.
If you look, you notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Also, how did nobody in the crowd notice that someone was holding a crossbow and shooting in the sky? Tell me. Most likely a ray of light caught instantly on the film. Ray of light? Are you freaking crazy? I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look at it with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright light really is. Goodness, what is that? Ordinary some flashing light, yes. Oh golly do you think it might have been lightning? But it could have been a fine day. I believe we may be looking at fire. About the fire, anything for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it appears to be a flame of sort. Fire? My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas and filled the balloon?
Objection!
Someone shot Link was in the crowd shooting a fire arrow at the hot balloon. That's absurd! The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly reach such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals exactly how it happened. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Council, then for goodness sake, present it, man! It's a laser. Laser beam. It's the crossbow, my dudes. I still can't investigate it for some reason, no. This is a crossbow, right? Oh, from the back it looks like something else.
Take that!
The true nature of the curious slim streak of light is revealed by this. Is it not? What? This is some nonsense. It's not a crossbow arrow. It's not Link. My dudes. What? What could it be? This firework display isn't over yet. Fine. We don't have a laser. Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears behind? I don't know. We don't have anything, though. Nah, it can't be. Is it the screwdriver? Nah. Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame? What? I feel like this one we have to investigate it to find out that it's a crossbow, but we can't. Ah! 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 No. Ah! There's some sort of lever here. It is a crossbow! What is this? It looks like some cross between a bow and a gun. Dots. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. There we go. It was at the very tip. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force with this using this device. In fact, I imagine it's far more accurate than a Japanese longbow. Oh, I really had no idea I was picking this up when I spotted it at the exhibition grounds. There we go. There we go, now we know. This groove here must be where arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would probably be someone who catches his ear with a bowstring 2 times out of 3. Thoughts. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery training. Now's not the time to be thinking about this.
Take that!
See, now we're getting... Okay, there we go. There we go. This was found hidden at the foot of the small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil, set alight, could have been shot from this weapon.
and sent a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. This thing it looks like just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Down at the explosion now, the balloon at water. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside. No! Order in the courtroom! Counsel! This is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun of sort. However, there's an obvious reason why they would have been out of question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired silently at the balloon.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun over the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? Dots, I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nepalese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. If the bird cage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued.
What? Wait a minute. What are you really trying to say here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what?
My goodness me!
Dots.
Now I understand. Now that's what this sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the bird case was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the bird cage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment started, the bird cage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention to the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree that it's entirely plausible that that's what I describe is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. That I can't grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous! What you describe is no science experiment. It's child's play! Contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was scientifically impossible, in which case this is the only way I can explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I may put a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can be easily explained by a simple deception. Juror number 3. All that will be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looks very similar to the victim, Mr. Asburton, having his other man appear on the stage of the show as a body double. Like Lamiwa. Yes, of course. In fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed in the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever embark on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would have very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4! So glad that these randomly chosen jurors are all experts in the field that we need to know. A chemist, a freaking magician, What a coincidence! Is he pouring pee? What's he doing?
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of gases and helium.
Oh, it changes color.
Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns, but that would be unavoidable. But not to an extent to render the whole obscene charade impossible. Don'ts.
So everything that happened can be explained. Logically and scientifically, the explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear as instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. If we accept that this is what happened, it means the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Go! Will be very hard for the prosecutor to counter. Lord Von Zieg's credibly maintained the professor's hairbrain is a suspect now. Oh no, he's gonna argue back. Oh, I hate this client. I hate him. He's so stupid. Do you want to die? Yeah, what am I fighting for you for? Why you ask me to be your defendant when you're just gonna be a hoe? Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. I thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Wow. Rude. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain? Dots! I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. O.G. Asman. My dude! What the hell are you saying? Yes, it was me with my own faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? I'm about to throw hands, man. Order in a courtroom. Defendant, explain your sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I said all along. I must protect my hypotheses, my precious machine. Ugh. You censor and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd said to examine the machine if you want to prove it, but then it would be all over. Oh my god, who cares? My beautiful hypothesis will be laid bare under the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor, if you just let me. Barak! Oh, what? Yes. I call for it. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to protect my creation. Do you think Barak's gonna care? Don't. Barak don't care, bro. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice with this critical conjuncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Gah! Barak! Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply.
The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish truth. Do it! Dots. However, if you acknowledge the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, then any chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Who cares? I don't care!
Examine it! Well, counsel, what's the defense official position on this matter?
Examine it! What else will I do?
What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on the stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypotheses. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
Who cares? You've been silent long enough! Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Dots. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? Why would I give up? Why would I give up his innocence? Of course, I want to investigate this freaking machine. Who cares about the hypothesis? It's BS anyways. It's a trick. It's not scientific at all. Dots. Dots. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. No! I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Oh. Excuse me? Hi. What are you doing here?
Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long.
Susato-san! But what are you?
Hiya!
Gah! Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months!
There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. But for now, we must concentrate on the task at hand.
Which is working out what I don't have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrained! Ah, yes! Yesterday you told me that the science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment in the machine you built with the victim in question are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Is Susato really here? So you finally open your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Dots! Baroque! Lord Von Zeeks?
Gosh, I never heard him speak that way before.
Dots! It's true. There is one thing. Something I remember that's sort of relevant. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding the crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall, taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Well, straighter and whiter. Let
me see. One less lens than me. A monocle. Rather stylish black monocle. Wait. He's tall, thin with one black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Draber. Enoch Draber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not the name any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination. Not the name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? Enoch? Have we heard of him before? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of this other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascals after government research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine experience things such. They mentioned Enoch Driver's name before. These two of the jury are the only useful ones. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Thus we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Driver for you. Wow. What the hell? Also, Susato, what? Ew, when he has his glasses up like that, it reminds me of that Full Metal Alchemist guy. So it's true that my invention, my great machine, it was just grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard from Mr. Draper's character, I'm sorry to say it sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believes it, I wanted to believe the machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to the investigator, presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want it to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospects. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Draper. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Draper were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Dots? When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment in my career. I pulled the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Driver described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Dots! Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. appear we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Von Zeeks. My lord. The court one has newly made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Draper.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served as a subpoena. Subpoena? Whatever.
With pleasure, my lord. No problem. I bet.
Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. Thoughts. When we reconvene, I shall be looking forward to one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he's presented stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Wow. Wait, Susato's back. Susato, welcome back, girl. Missy Queen. Back in Japan. I mean, back in England. Whatever. You, little hoe. Thoughts? Mr. Naruhodo! What? Yeah, what? I'm so sorry! Ugh. I was wrong, you were right, I tricked you, you trusted me, I dragged you into a mess! Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Draper was really up to? I mean, about what he was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, all of my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation you still stands. We must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. No idea, but we'll listen to the streams in. Ow, ow, my god, ow, ow. Oh, yeah. Dots, thank you for doing so much for me. Ho! I hate clients like this. Who confess?
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo, but
Girl, why you apologizing for your back? Arriving late?
didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise.
Iris.
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie's train was late to London Victoria this morning, you see. We made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
Having you at my side gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. After breaking the law multiple times. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course, so what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Oh no. What? I'm gonna continue because I wanna know more about Barok. Who cares about the case? Sorry, I was thinking about something. Wait, I just want to check something. Real quick. Sorry, Susato. We're gonna have to wait. I just want to check something. Anyways, let's continue.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's just a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it's been some 6 months, it's true.
Is your father alright? What happened, Susie? What happened?
My father? No, he's fine. He's completely fine.
Yes, Professor Mikotoba, I mean it's half a year ago. I mean that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
Oh yeah, whoops.
That's right. So I'm surprised to learn you'll be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
Dots. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I was able to return to Europe, actually. Because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
By the International Forensic, that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I arrived safe and sound, that's all that matters, and I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh!
Oh, the hell's the best of it? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall. Oh, get this, I crossed this as a man to
protect my friend. There's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who. About Kazuma.
I know. I tell you all that I can.
Oh my god!
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I would never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after all that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's move changed entirely.
Awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice.
Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
I mean, so your room is right there, go change. Yes, I suppose so.
I wouldn't play on being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. About the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said that in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found and the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
Your audio is on and you're close. Ow! 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 Why? We might see more Barok. We talked to Barak. We went in his office. We came in his office, and he had a boy in his office. He had a friend. And HERLOCK's being sus too.
I understand when father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Oh, sheet!
Oh yeah, ow. Oh, we found out about his brother. So we went to a wax museum, and the museum was displaying serial killer wax figures, and one of the serial killers was stolen, the fish statues, and the final victim of that serial killer is Barak's older brother, which means Barak is the younger brother. He's got a toy out. Barak apparently was also known as the little darling of the Van Zix family, so brothers, yes, yeah, his brothers. Oh, his brothers is looking mighty fine too. I'm assuming this is his brother. Oh, why? But yeah, I'm assuming this is his brother. This game is really cool. You love it? I love this game too. Oh, look at those chesticles right there. I mean, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Barak is the younger one. Yeah, he's the baby of the family. Weird. Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years.
Oh, Sam! Ow! I want to know more about his brother. His brother.
I can only imagine something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answers for myself. I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets like that stupid pig.
Oh, Susie.
There's a very meaningful look Susato's giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about the symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited.
Which Jigoku means hell, so the judge is named George Hell.
It's something of an honor, I believe.
Susato looking snazzy. Ow, you should see how short the dress is. She's wearing leggings, it's okay. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. Nail shrunk hot. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, you say?
Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jikoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. The terrible trial of yours. Remember when you were suspected of murder?
Oh, Susato, thanks. Thanks for reminding me about me being accused.
When you were accused for murder.
Ah, yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over the trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face ever again in my entire life.
Oh well, too bad. As my father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but I couldn't wait! So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to with me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. Who cares about your father? It seems though Long Strong Ow, so long and strong and so hot. Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe yes. I understand Lord Strongheart organized the event, the entire event himself.
She couldn't wait. She was eager. Ah! Oh this game is too much. Literally, Barak was like, think long and hard. Think of something long and hard, okay? Literally. battled just now. Long, strong, I'm bothering you, okay? I think Naruhodo is not okay though.
I think he's hoping by achieving exceptional results he'll get job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently it's long strong has long life ambition.
The professor make it to no long strong heart person like that. Whoa, what has your father done? Oh, whoa. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on. Naruhodo, stop being stupid. Didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Why do we have to tell about Giselle? She's dead. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. Also, she killed Iris's dad. That's probably what I remember. The murder of John H. Wilson.
Yes, Giselle.
Oh yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
You say what? Didn't exist, but how can that be?
It was her pseudonym. Her real name was Shin.
Shin?
She wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? A Shin? Like in the hit list? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name was literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how she became deemed to be in Japan.
So the list in the last game, the Japanese Morse code list said 4 names. Kazuma's name, K. Asogi, T. Gregson, Tobias Gregson, the inspector, A. Shin, which I guess is Giselle, the hell, and John Wilson, J. Wilson. So all but one are dead. Tobias is the only one left. Oh no. A Shin.
It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's not easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman possibly been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she has some business in our country that we don't understand.
Dots. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
A Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere?
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on! The visiting student's fate! Nobody in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on a steamship, that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him later what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
Oh my god. No! What did you learn?
Dots. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Yeah, you visit his grave like every day. Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did.
That bitch! Your father? Your father? I'ma slap him.
But he didn't tell me.
Yeah! Rude hole?
They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
Oh my god! It's been a year! I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on that SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? We never really saw his body in the first place, huh? We only saw a picture. Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruto! It's too much to bear.
Oh, come on! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much.
Oh no, Smokey. You should give context that it's in a game. Oops. What do you think I feel? I was his best friend! Ho? Susaho? Watch out! I'm his best friend! Dots.
Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shones was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right. But HERLOCK's acting strange too. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean Mr. Shones had lied to us. He's hiding something.
But there's no reason why he would possibly done such a thing.
He didn't know who we were, huh? I suppose that's true, yes.
Thus, the idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out to not be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
What do you think I feel? I'm his best friend!
I'm terrified of what they might do to me.
You're so selfish! I'm his best friend, bro! Mr. Sato. Dude, he's my best friend. I was with him the last 2 weeks, bro. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves, but it's Susato's I've been talking about. After all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Think about me and my best friendship with him. Should I present stuff to her? Nah. We've ran out of things to talk about. Hey Iris!
It must be about a year now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Harry's greatest exploits. I call it The Hound of Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Shones forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Harry and I.
Shibae Susato, yeah, she's like, oh my god. If he's alive, I can't. And then me, the best friend who was with there the last 2 weeks and had to deal he literally smuggled me on that ship. Best friend for life, my BFF. I'm not allowed to feel anything according to her. Susato. Pick it one up and
But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Iris.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hounds of Baskervilles. I should love to read it.
And you wouldn't tell me how you come to know him, you little...
Yes. Oops. And I oop. I made a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time.
Oh,
secrets, your father hiding secrets, HERLOCK hiding secrets. Brother, you gotta stop this. Iris is the only one I can trust, and she's 10.
I'm only sorry. I had to keep it for you so long, Iris.
Well, technically, I'm keeping secrets because I haven't told Iris that her father's dead. So, I see you thinking about.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, but I saw some writing on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box, written in English. It read, "The Hound of Baskervilles."
What?
My Baskerville story?
Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Sister, what are you doing? Get your hands on my table.
Oh, Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I'm just freaking, I'm just cleaning your table, your messy ass table, you little bitch.
A shiny electrite, oh nice! Oh, George. Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand?
Definitely, I definitely will not tell anybody about this. Anyways, Iris and Naruto-san.
But what is Iris' manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed. It was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Show's exploits.
Thoughts?
When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office.
Thoughts?
That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a good reason for being so secretive about it.
You just started looking for it, hey.
But still, I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you.
Thoughts? Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed to every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Wax Museum as well.
That's what I call. So if you're fully abreast, whoa, Naruto, of the situation already. I've expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think of our first port of call should be to investigate Mr. Driver, this engineer responsible for building this elaborate machine that was so to use effect of this extraordinary trick.
He is a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the field of science and magic.
Then we should need to go and arrest him!
Yes, he must know the truth behind the case. I agree, we do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who might she be thinking of? We don't have much time, do we? So we need to get started right away. Straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know how you got on, wouldn't you?
No, Iris follow. That was so abrupt. The pool of the herb market must be strong. Well, at least Susato is here. Here's Susato. Let's freaking go. Also, we definitely thought about whether a step ladder and a ladder is like, what is this? Where's the new location? Ah, Madam to spells. Where do we go first, dude?
Should we go ask the... Let's get the ugly one over with.
What the hell is happening? What? Oh my god. This is why I came here first. To deal with the ugliness first. Deal with the annoying guy first. Hopefully he's less annoying in the next trial. Man, look at this. What's he doing?
He's... Oh my, the whole wall itself is covered in mathematical equations.
He's still writing more now. Professor! Oh, Mr. Naruto. Who's this young lady? None of your business! Sorry.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Naruhodo's... Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Those? Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner! Hey, get your hands off her! How old is she? It's a year later, so she's 17, right? Oh, she's still 16, okay. Oh yeah, so this is Barok's boy toy now in his room. From that angle when he's writing on the wall looks like something else. Oh. Susato watching from afar. He's doing the walk. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. This makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, sorry my presence upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, this whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a stupid little an utter clot. What you call yourself?
I'm Professor Hairbrain. What have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, haha, you mean that, how embarrassing. I was suddenly stuck with an idea, see? I simply had to write it down. What do you say? The wall was all I had to hand. Is this a new hypothesis? Something to surpass the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Oh no, exactly. This is my autobiography.
Your autobiography.
How I was diddled and fiddled. Whoa. I mean, there's some people in this game I wanna diddle and fiddle with, not you. Let me diddle and fiddle with Barok. Wow. The brother can join too. His brother's name is Clint, by the way. Barok's brother, older brother. By Albert Habrain, I found that I can represent my odds fortunes with only odds numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for kinesis machines, you see? So it's gonna be a new serial publication from the next month. Part 1, an odds birth and odds upbringing. Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see, well for now, would you mind if we talk a little more about the case? Oh yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. was diddled and I was fiddled by the pair of them. By the pair of them, or was your pair diddled and fiddled? By Assman and that aloof engineer Drabber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all his equations, are we? Can I leave? Just kidding. Everything I believe in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Assman, kinesis machine, my hypotheses, even stories come to this, so shut up. There's really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Dots! It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in the court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware, not? I guess so. Ignorance is a poor excuse, but the blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know, Baroque did. He believed in my hypotheses. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing the case. No, Baroque wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Well, did he? Dots, I think I understand now. Why was he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean? Now I need a nick related to speed. You need a nick or you need a... After the terrible accidents happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not the lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of a finishing blow there. If any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Dots! Well, admittedly, the part of the analysis appeared to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? A nickname you can't call her. What about I don't know. How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm so sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. Dots! When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I had written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seemed. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work. Whoa. Just to earn a few measly pennies to carry on. Had to go through all that to be taken, only to be taken for a complete fool is too rotten to believe. She's a lonely wolf, lion, doggo. It's a dog. It's a wolf. Electric and magnetic. It's a wolf. Doggy style. What? It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Assman is no more, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer or a magician? Or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Mr. Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then I met him many times to discuss the details of the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that he's a man's a genuine scientist. It's just instantly apparent in conversation. Ah, I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. There's no more clues you can give us to where his whereabouts.
Dot! Assman, oh my, it must be my... Ah! Sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. I mean, he did get killed by a screwdriver, so I guess he was screwed. The Assman was screwed. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory.
You went to a fabrication laboratory?
Where he constructed my great machine.
Dots.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find a man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct a kinesis machine, you see? Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we might find Drebber there. Dots? Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage on the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, like no one ever was. The French machine oil, impossible to obtain in Britain. French, indescribable scent of imported oil. Perfumers across the world forget this formula and use that instead. French. What do you think, Mr. Sutter? Do machine for your next birthday? What?
I never use any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure what I like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sutter. He would never... Ah! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Wow, thanks!
What? Let me see that!
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Dots. Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
Oh, well, can't say a surprise. Still, this could be useful. Let's look at it. I'm sure that it will talk about Madame Tussauds. Madame Tuspells. I'm sure Madame Tuspells' workshop is the address. It's French, right? Aha! The There's some shit at the back. This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about oil that Mr. Drabber uses. He said it was specially imported from a very high quality oil that is impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. And more importantly, it's more fragrant than its finest perfume. So excuse me a moment. Dots. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that there's such a tiny amount here. Why does he have a D-pad for his... Oh, it's the plus minus button on the Switch. Bro, who made this card? Should we present the... Wow, rude. Well, let's go to... We can't go to the prosecutor's office? Ah. Well, let's go to Lord Justice offices. Maybe, I don't know what we would even do there. Who the hell is that? Wait, a tall, skinny, white hair man? Tall, skinny, white hair man. Does he have a monocle? That's a man, right? Who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? It's definitely Drabber. Oh, it's a woman? No, never mind.
I wonder, I've never seen her before.
Who's that? That's not Drabber, never mind. There's a freaking lady. Was that Courtney? Was that Justine Courtney? Oh, male. Oh, wait, if he's male and if her name is the word female, I'm gonna cry blood. Is that your wife? Wait, is that your wife? Ah, the young champion at court. He has some success this morning, I understand. You've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's greatest exhibition. The country has been made to look foolish and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Shrunk up. Lord Von Ziggs is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame to be taken in. The special dispensation that presents investigation at the scene will be announced later today. Once that happens, my forensic team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Whoa! You be looking like you're from Persona? Wait, is she a prosecutor too? Who's she? She straight up looks like from Persona. They look like from two completely different games. Whoa, hello there. Look at that badge. Oh, whoops. Oh. What should she sound like? Just Courtney? Oh! Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Just a calmer version of Justine Courtney, which won't happen anyway. Wait, she has a is that the psychology symbol on her tie? Yes, thank you. No, come back! Don't leave! You looking fine! Ah, she's like Bayonetta going extra edge. Wait, what does Bayonetta sound like? Miss Final Fantasy, Miss Persona, Miss Xenoblade. She's literally the entire Smash females, but in one. It's Oleana! Don't be rude to your mother. What does Bayonetta say? Bayonetta voice. Smash. She sounds British. She sounds British.
If you need to learn how to talk to a lady, ask your mum.
Ask your mum. Yo, ask your mother.
No do. Dead you.
Oh,
Dreadful.
wow. Great. That's yeah. Whenever she comes back, we'll deal with that. Who the hell was that? That was Dr. Courtney's. Her name is Courtney. I was just joking to give her the Courtney voice. I didn't think that she's Courtney. I knew that it was weird that they specified the coroner's name. I didn't think we would actually see her, and I didn't think she would look like that. Are you for serious? Ask your mom. She is just Courtney then. She even looks like Courtney, no? Like a very weird persona version of Courtney. Is she your sister? What's going on? Courtney Sif! There's Dr. Courtney Sif! Her bleached look must be a secondary effect of time traveling to literally Scotland Yard's esteemed coroner. Coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team handling of the case. She was delivering her report and the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier. Oh my god. Sorry, I was too... Too much for my soul. I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate his findings. Don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensic laboratory. Alright. Now, what were you here to see me about? I don't know, actually. 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic team, investigation team you mentioned before? Oh, my leg! The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary example in the world. Exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. When I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to Rome. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, these scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum was about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. Oh, look at those eyes. Naruto, not at the time. He means every word. Dr. Sif. Or Scythe. Dr. Scyther. Dr. Scyther.
He's an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish forensics divisions at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Woman. Now then, speaking of symposium, Miss Mikotaba,
Oh, yes, my lord.
your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotaba, I mean. Dots. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotaba very well.
Oh!
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, when he went to get that milk, and he didn't come back! In fact,
Mikotaba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Dots. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotaba studied forensics at one London's large hospitals. Dr. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Saint Sinners, whoops, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sifs was there too, as it happens.
then Dr. Sif knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotaba was studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years. He really went to...
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? Wow!
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh,
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
wow. What do you mean? Why?
Dots.
Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Most importantly, I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zieks actually. I heard his older brother was killed some years ago. Can you imagine? Excuse me, Lord Chief Justice, can I ask you about the prosecutor? I heard his brother was killed a few years ago though. By a mass murderer known as a professor who targeted nobles and royalties, is that right?
You Japanese are thorough, Lord. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was the very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother Clint Von Zieks was murdered. It was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals managed to evade conviction and court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread through the capital. Londoners started to say wherever Baroque Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my... holy shit.
So Lord Von Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Haybrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible.
Dots. Are you well versed in science then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, a special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sif's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation.
Sorry, it's so boring.
Suppose until then there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy.
I have important matters to attend in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Ooh.
Let's go see her. Oh. What is this? Oh my god, it's like a murder house. There's blood on the table and everything. Ew, yuck. Dude, this place uncensored hell. I believe this is it, Dr. Sif's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault in the eyes here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Yeah, we can just have a look-see, right? A table and a set of sharp tools, when you consider each in isolation, looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side they become so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You either have to have a cast iron constitution or really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Ooh. Or pickled umeboshi plums when we make back home.
Our father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expected human organs in the preserving solution. Probably examples of some rare medical condition.
Miss Susato, there's some things in the world that is perfectly fine to never know about. Ever.
Oh!
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
Of course!
Look at the bottles on the shelves in the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on even when you're still surrounded by death. I guess she does, like, investigate dead bodies.
I suppose this is Dr. Sif's desk.
I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficient she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. The chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you work. This is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with one-eyed Daruma doll of watching over me, but that's all. Should we read her diary? Look at this big, thick book here. Oh my god.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Dots.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? Must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. The scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them all for? What are you doing? She's here. Whoa! Hello there! Sorry, we had something to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So, you thought you'd snoop around? That's unacceptable. To you people from the east, that's acceptable for you, to you people from the east, is it? Well, what do you want? Ask your mom! Sorry. Lord Strong has told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asman's body, I mean... Dots? No, I want a picture of her.
So we came to ask you about your findings. Lord Strong has advice.
Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation has revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Oh. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? Oh. She has a snake on her hand. So she's a snack. The victim, Mr. O.D. Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid explosion, and the Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up the crystal tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. If two people look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as one single person. Switch places, couldn't they?
Very true, but sadly, in this instance, it was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Fingerprints? They're not officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid, as a matter of course.
Oh my, but that would mean that instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does this leave us?
Dots, my team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Ah! Instantaneous kinesis is possible, and yet the body moved from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It made the whole thing even more of a mystery. What the hell? Who the hell?
Mama, what is this?
Oh god, she has a daughter! Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear? Oh.
Oh!
Hello, pleased to meet you. Nope. Mama?
Mama?
Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Riona. Oh my god.
Mama?
Yes?
Can I cut this one up?
What to say? I'ma cut you first! What's happening? I don't wanna be here anymore. What? Oh my god!
I never seen inside an Eastern person before. I'd like to know
He had the same accent as Courtney.
what it looks like.
What do you mean what it looks like? Of course you can't. It's a live specimen. As you can very well see. She's got an offspring. They're multiplying. Courtney traveled back in time and started multiplying her Karens.
Doors? Boring.
Dots. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Oh my god. Hello there, Mama. Mama. Hello there, lady. Well, look at this. A magnificent display case. Cherry wood has been published to a high sheen. The intricate carvings, the joy to behold. The Western cabinet makers are really skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside Mr. Naruhodo?
Dots, Miss Susato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on. There looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know. I haven't seen them twitch since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. The taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like the Daruma doll in the display office instead.
So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office? Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes? You?
She doesn't.
She doesn't mean so words, Mrs. Sato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Well then. Where's her daughter? I think we best leave. Okay, maybe we'll go to one more place before we end the stream. I guess we should let's go. Just go back. Investigate the crime scene or potentially learn about Barok, you know. I mean, we'll have to go to both anyways, but well, I have suspicions that this might have something to do with the guy's whereabouts, so let's go here. Also, HERLOCK's here, right?
Oh my, the one that is called the House of Horrors. I like to turn my heels and run straight home via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sight of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
Ah, that's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we just have to come back again later. Oh, he's not even here. Really?
Oh, what a horrifying scene! Murderer caught in a grisly act.
I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would have been in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know, according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance?
What, really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer worked in the bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Ha, we have a new theory. Well, no, she's gonna bathe in the lady's blood. Maybe we can peek behind.
Dots. This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off with a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and then finally a Susato smash.
Right.
If that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
A Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly. I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. So HERLOCK is in here. Why is this an investigation thing? Oh, the ladder, right.
Ah, there's a step ladder there. Look.
Oh, yes, a step ladder.
I think perhaps you should let the proprietors know that someone left it out. The step ladder, I mean.
Dots.
Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? I got an award! I got an award for not arguing about the fact that it's a ladder and not a step ladder, or it's a ladder or a step ladder award. The old policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be here on the jury, though.
I understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
Yeah, that's what happens when you're a main character in a video game. Oh, we can't investigate this guy? Okay, let's see if we can peek behind the curtain. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whenever's on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, I guess we really can't do anything, huh? Well! This is the only place left is the only place left is the experimentation stage. We'll investigate and then that's probably when I'm gonna end today. I wanna keep playing though. I wanna know about Barak. Holy what the hell?
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make through the crowd to this point.
That's what I said. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes.
Excuse me?
There you are. I have a feeling you lot will show your marks before long.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, sunshine and gentlewoman, so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough on the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, this is young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Jada! Dots. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina! She's a police officer now!
Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, acting in a way. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. No! It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. No! Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come and see you how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. What? To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France is an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's where the adults' worlds work shall die. Now don't go poking in your nose where it's not wanted. Yes. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what will become of her? Aw. Suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing the level. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's what playing on Mr. Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Yeah. Gotta keep the diving diva safe and sound until all is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a blue name and diving diva again?
So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any more questions about the scene, you can put them to capable detective diva here.
Alright, yeah, the boss. Inspector Lestrade, is you in charge here now?
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Oh, isn't it great? Toby's the name.
Toby?
How delightful.
He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Why did that change? Gina, we were actually hoping we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, you can't go up there, sis. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed in there, right? What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? There's a special...
The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one! That's why only them allowed to investigate. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah!
But isn't the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it though, to be truthful. Yeah. You're still supposed to get permission from some big wig out as far as I know. What's his name again? Lord Strange something.
We have this permission.
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you meant Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching a time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Hey, you what? You met him? Last time boss called him and go and see him. He waited 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Thoughts? Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'd be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying it's above board, are you?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, there's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. Oh, it's a new one on me, that. You know, being caught and all, spending the whole night on what about found out.
What?
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and all those meetings and every single one at a time.
And all? Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else getting in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor Dodgy's experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
Is the boss I feel sorry for sent out to do the impossible? What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? I ain't time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber?
That's the one, yeah.
The police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. It says giving him the gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if it actually isn't from all the fried food.
So Scotland Yard's trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they have any luck.
He's really funny looking, got two eyes that were matched, got a glimpse of the picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing, just the old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that scowling reaper who's always glugging down glasses of red, blood red plonk. Lord Van Zix. He's always adding me for the cove, don't know what he's got scowling about mine. Probably wouldn't be a good boss years ago.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective training. The way I see it, it's the choice between the chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod. You're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at Yard's dead is set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues going on. They're so stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber Hole. Where did you find the little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Odo!
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Don't be... How'd you put it? Oh yeah! A bona-fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby TQ.
No. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I heard they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're using chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. You can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from undergarments that have... Don't ask why me and Naruto have been smelling undergarments, okay? You have to know, August! Oh, Dogo, yes. It's Toby.
There's nothing creepy to this little fellow, though.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said.
Oh my god!
So what's Toby's here got a good whiff of your drawers? You can chase the sand to the other side of the world.
What, to the other side of the world? You mean, he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, are you freaking stupid or what? Oh no.
You have a notification of a pocket cam?
Oh, I think you may have missed the point by rather much.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling ya, although there's gonna be more dogs than you're doing the bit for the police in the future. What about the oil smell? Oh, the oil smell! Oh my god, we can find this man.
I agree. Right? One of these days they'll be barking orders at us, not the other way round.
Oh dear, sorry Gina. I don't think I agree with your envision quite that much.
Anyway, whatever you think about Toby's here, Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone else just took him on the road.
There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. There's a cookie available from that villager. Oh no, which one? The bits.
Yes, it's a kind-hearted soul to animals.
Wait, so I guess we can give the oil freaking thing to Toby and he can smell where the factory is. Let's investigate the crime scene first before we do that. Can we go to Bardock's house? Sorry. Well, the stage up there is where the experimental setup is very high.
About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck up to see that it starts to hurt after a while.
We need to get up there and look around properly. Although if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt.
Oh dear! Get some freaking exercise!
It's a fiery cookie. Oh no! Wait, can we go there? Why can't we go up there? How do we go up?
What a shame the symbolic landmark of the Great Britain Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous crises.
But imagine what would have happened if the birdcage landed direct in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
The gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time the bird will rain on all of you.
Ow, the peacock!
The bits. How do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? Was it by starting alone? I was on my knees praying. And on my knees for Kazuma. What?
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
And there's one left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hebring. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams has been shattered like this.
Someone well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Haha!
Dots.
Ouch! I'm a bad person! Can we go up there? Do we have to leave and come back? You're a naughty person. Ah, so bad. How do we go up? Oh, I had to click the stairs. Okay. The stairs lead to the experimental stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. So I want to give the business card to the dog so that the dog can smell where the factory is too.
Now also, can we go to Bardock's house? Because apparently Bardock has a picture of the place. I should have checked if we could go to Bardock's place.
Oh my, so this is the machine. It's so freaking nasty. They was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous crisis had taken place.
Yep, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It was for where at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No, the professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan for sure.
Oh, look, is that?
Oh my, oh, he's right here. Oh, I don't have to go to his office.
Lord Van Zix.
Dots. So I think we're more or less done here, are we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have the permission to be here. From the top, make it drop. It's so wet. Perfectly allowed to investigate this machine as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top, make it drop. Do you mean little strong heart?
Exactly. We can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will.
Can we talk to Medic?
Can we go to his office? No, we can't.
It's a way. It's a way.
Well, I could investigate the crime scene or investigate the
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have been buckled and twisted in the blast.
I know. There's someone here that I want to buckle and twist with. What? Strong heart wreckage found Ziggs. It's what they call the bird cage. Was right in the middle here of all of it, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it was designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped. It's disappeared from sight. I don't
think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Bardock's like, oh my god, yeah. Just close your eyes and ignore them. They're not here. There's no Nipponese in sight.
Oh, isn't that exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
It does make you feel like an explorer, doesn't it? No, it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention, personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. I realize the British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. Yeah. The more you know about things and how they're done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Yes, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help but wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions.
My god, you're so stupid, Naruhodo-san. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo.
But it's so weird.
I hear that the ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing for young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally. But then again, I'm not a Londoner.
Are you sure a little scared of heights? Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I should ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it at their case.
Thoughts. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it?
Was the birdcage here before? This wasn't here yesterday. Ah.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage Mr. Victor was standing before. He was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made out of wood.
More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and falling from great height, it's relatively unharmed. So what wonderful durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I understood that the forensic team the investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back when they finished their work.
But sadly, it's not with the body inside, is it?
No, that's right! I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence not to overlook. We might need it for the trial. What? You're gonna bring the birdcage with us? What are you talking about? Kinda? Is there anything else to investigate here? That's not Baroque. Save Baroque for last. Let's investigate this.
Look at its horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
It's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
Makes you think, doesn't it? If only just been a normal horn. None of this would have happened.
It's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're gonna say next in that case. You're about to say nothing ever goes planned, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
Wow. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs. Handballs floating in the sky.
You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting in and out inside me. Whoa, what?
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. Oh,
I think you should make peace with riding one in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It will feel much safer that way.
Alright, I guess it's time to talk to Mr. Barak. Dots! Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Just confess your love. I mean, your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
But I want Barak to stand behind. Lord Von Zix. Is he sleeping? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Don't. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. I am the only one standing here. Who said you could enter my personal bubble? Well, the thing is,
Lord Chief Justice Storm had granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Oh, that's savage. Shut up! Oh! Oh my god. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there's been quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zix about. Not of least which that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask him about his dead brother.
Ask Get away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try.
We might just be building a friendship. Why would I want to ask him about his brother? I want to break the bond that we don't have. So, Clint. What the fuck did you just say to me? What's the name of your older brother? I understand, Lord Fonzie. You. Oh my god. I would strangle you by now. You nippies. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Click. Oh no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it's a bit like that. I just wanna kneel. Dons. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zieg's family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Who? Dude, this is so awkward. Can you imagine? Just someone randomly asking, so about your dead brother? Is it something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush then? So tell me, what is your interest in the historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that comes to our attention.
Question mark. Von Zieg's investigations when? Yeah, right?
Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of Bailey would be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? You don't mean? You mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Don't. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Literally everybody in this case. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Trevor, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. They could make a case where we play as his brother. Oh! And then we get killed. Ah! I can already sense the feels at some point in this game about it. I already had a little bit of the feels the moment we found out that it was his brother that died. The siblings I feel like siblings always makes it harder than parents. Like like it's harder that his brother died than his father died, you know what I'm saying? The trouble is we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to the Professor Hairburn, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So I was wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but
we very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Dots. Fine, why not? Here you go. You know, it's a bit far-fetched. I have a photograph of a man from an investigation 10 years ago. He looks like so many anime characters. Avery? Avery's dead. Though it appears he's already had that black monocle at the time. Von Zieg's wanna go on a roller coaster. I don't wanna get a ride. Dots. What? Oh no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time I'm available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? I'm not Miles Edgeworth, you know. I'm not a little hope. Dots. What is it about Lord Von Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Dots. Well, thanks, my dude. Oh my god. It's the freaking Birdman. It's Batman himself. Dots. Oh, the filer requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Dots. Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Assassin's Creed joined the battle. Lord Von Zieg's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Von Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
Stop, Susato! With him, why? Dots.
Kazuma-sama!
Shut up, Susato! He turned around. Dots. No! Cosimo! Don't tell me this. I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
Dots. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait, yeah. Cause I had a feeling because this case is called The Return of the Great Departed Soul. And Susato also told us that Kazuma's body was never buried. It disappeared. Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What are you doing? My soul is not ready for this! What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Oh my god, Barok! You don't even know! Well... Oh.
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? Don't. The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Oh my god. I can't believe this! The head injury didn't kill him! It gave him amnesia! And now he wants to be a prosecutor? Gonna be yes. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. No, he cannot. We must bring his memories back!
He has amnesia.
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant. Oh my god! Susato! Watch out! On Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us?
I can't! I can't do that. You can't do this to me.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama!
Oh. That's 2 times today I got the feels. I can't.
Thus, you already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Von Zieg's office.
That's why he's on the floor. He knows he's Japanese.
I see. Thus, and if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're going to need to speak with him about that. Oh my god, Von Zieg's. Can you, like, freaking go? The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affair problems.
Oh, we could do without it. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato.
Of course.
Well, I'm not ready for him to be back. Wait. Shall we give her the oil thing? Wait, let's also look at the cage. Oh Jesus Christ. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it fell from such a height.
Yes, from a height at which the balloon was flying down to the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Now that's a cage! Ah! Oh my.
You wanna go in?
About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. Only A to E. If it ain't too much blading trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come?
That's
Just a dirty old smudge in the back is all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil.
It's going to lead to Madame Tussauds. I mean, Madame Tussauds. That's the only place that's French.
It's a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. Holy! Oh my God! You shall not smell of it.
We didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, not you mean don't be on the dog.
His sense of smell is so good, he can track people all over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Hebron informed us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
I think he's picked up the scent.
So you may never follow the scent in this oil. Don't be lead to that dodgy Curve's workshop. That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we give it a go. Just borrow that.
Wait, what? When did you? Once a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to the driver workshop, I'll be the boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Jackson. Come on, let's go.
Alright then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after the dodgy engineer's curve right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me that's what's in the neck. It be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got this in oil? Oil said, come on, boy, then. Oh yeah. See you later. I do hope the scent of oil leads them to the swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigation here we can for now. If we could just determine where the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby will let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try and speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
She picks at Toby more than me at the public. Oh boy. It's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We have to find out him and Madame Tuspel. He's supposed to be working as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me about his unusual venture.
Well, should I keep going or should I end the stream? I feel like this will never end. Mr. Sholmes is scary now! He's scary now because he's hiding secrets from us! Oh my god. And this place has all the things. Hey Nagito! I'ma go. Yeah, that's right now. Hey! Alright. Who's the murderer?
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Very via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-chan really is after something sweet today, isn't she? But how are you doing, Nagito?
Ah!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
Oh my god.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Ah!
What is it?
Oh, sorry, I think you'd find... That's a temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Ah, yes, hello again. It's Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Moving yourself to bed, you'll be watching closely. Yes, oh my.
I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel.
Is he flexing? Or he's doing something? He's getting stiff. What?
My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Oh! Oh, oh, oh! Whoa! Whoa! Your phone is just on your face. His phone is somewhere. What? Where's the massage app? What? Yes! I mean...
His habitual duties. Hello? Do not disturb.
Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Wait, I want to see the statue. Can we see it? Oh my god, I don't even. Something he is begging to get one justice too. My heroes want justice too.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Jones, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
A little screaming. He's begging to get the game. Dots. But why though? My Hero Academia fighting game. I think I've heard of it. 4.7. What the? You find that the wax statue is, you know, he the guy dancing the the dance move in these games very there's a lot of they can make a club out of these games. HERLOCK, it's a good thing you got the looks. I don't think the costumes making it any better. Susato-san, you might want to look behind you. Like Dora, you know. At the same time, you want Fire Emblem House 3 houses. Think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh, what?
Where'd you go? Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. World famous great detective and waxwork. HERLOCK show.
Dots.
Susato-san! Susato-san! Did she faint? Bruh. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Schultz?
Merely a secret identity, you understand. Though our case has largely solved now.
Largely solved.
We're talking about the waxwork deduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was easy as a proverbial pie. I love pie. Although I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. You want a different kind of pie? I'll give you an otherwise kind of pie. You want which one you want? Any food so far today, for that matter. You should eat. I'm hungry too. For some pie. Oh my god, hold up. Please don't. You're gonna make me hungry too. The stubborn rumble echoed for some pie. Oh god, I know what kind of pie that can fill your stomach. How did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the adoption. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork has returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork at any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded the ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
That's a fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense you have some business with the Great Waxwork?
I mean, I'm curious. I want to see it.
Oh my god. The options!
Can we look at the statue? No? Dang, I wanted to look at the statue.
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh.
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Draber. He's the swindler who duped Mr. Professor Harebrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine.
A swindler and engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have a few clues to go on. There's so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I do something of the man's appearance, I can at least be in better position to help. Yes, Draber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself with and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Sure, before we get to the heavy meat of Kazuma's death, right? Let's get the picture.
Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Draber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Wow! Still, looking at the photograph, it won't be particularly instructive. Oh, he's changed. His mood has changed. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Dots. Ah, yes. Forgive me. Very interesting. This very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden.
Oh, we don't have his business card anymore. Dang. Okay. 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 Okay, we have to talk. I guess we have to talk about Kazuma, right? Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, don't say that piercing stare. What's this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
So then, let's unravel this mystery. Discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asugi. Dots, you're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama.
Dots.
You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Dots. Well, I can only assume I was swept up by the murderous atmosphere for the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ah, priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. You think I believe you? No? I could believe that the crewmen and present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. Dots. I'll tell you something now. Of first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives aren't wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Herlock is simple but handsome man. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Well, what? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? Yes? Oh, for mere 5 shillings. It's a special one-time early price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could propose...
The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. So you already find it well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you only need to look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse at your own leisure. I shall go back to standing still.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
The person that killed Bardock's brother through the heavy curtains at last. They didn't reveal it! Yup, he went back to standing there. Yup. Oh my god, I can't stop playing this game. I feel like this is a good. I feel like I've been through like 3 different good ending points for the stream, but I can't stop. I feel like we should end here, but I can't stop. I want to see. I want to know what's under there. I have to see it. I can't stop playing this game. 5 shillings we have to pay. We have to pay money for this. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. This is what makes Britain great. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Zali, gotta stop! Just like you. Oh, ow! Come on back. Let me see this professor, man. Inspector Grayson comes off as rather well in that list, I think.
Let's see what's behind the curtains, shall we? The murderer of Clint. His head is missing! Oh, what the hell is happening? Oh my. Number 139? No nunny? The hell?
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as I walked in there.
Mr. Sato! I can say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now looking a little more closely, we paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? Where? Pay 5 shillings. Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigating, shall we?
Yes, we will get what's paid for.
Is that fear or frustration? That's what making Susato's voice tremble. The hell is this?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man with a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. Oh. Wait, I want to see his face! Wait! What the? Ah! So he's the professor, huh? This Enoch boy? Yep, he's the professor. He has the plus and minus on his little coat. Here's the camera. Very nice, very nice. Nice booty cheeks. Okay. Is he the professor? No. Wait, it's a man, yeah. The professor is a dude. The professor, it looks like the professor is also the Enoch engineer we're finding.
There's quite a large lamp the man's carrying.
Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern actually, is it?
Lamp, lantern, chochin. But the point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure if I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Well, sometimes you don't have a choice, right? What's this here?
This could appear to be a lens in the middle. I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Anyway, why would a man be in a graveyard with a night camera? With a camera?
I wonder, perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
That's... We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
We're gonna take the camera? Bruh.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of fine glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming into the lens. If we open the cover in the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see for yourself, Susato. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Okay, let's see it. Can we see it now? Or do we have to? This is dramatic music,
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with the shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mrs. Sato?
Yes.
That's a spade, isn't it? Oh my god. Most of the time.
No, it's a shovel!
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel!
No. Oh no. We haven't considered troubles yet.
Am I the lawyer or are you the lawyer? We are allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man is doing with the implement.
So we're gonna bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? It's the real question. Okay, let's examine his face finally. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if we just look up.
Do you think you should be able to manhandling the excess bits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back as it was, don't worry. don't believe it. A black monocle!
Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is...
Is it? They do look the same. He's kind of a lot more blondie here, huh? Hold on, I want to see this camera as well. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take you see. That's...
Is something wrong?
There's no plate, it's been removed.
What a pity. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be an actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Okay. There's blood on it, by the way. What the hell? What a wonderful
machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by rumbling his stomach.
No,
he's given up on...
He's given up on what? A watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba.
Look, Mr. Naruto.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seems to be very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Dots. Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha ha ha. Anyways, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Ew. This is Enoch Draber!
The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him.
It is. Mr. Sholmes! This man. The subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in the exhibit? Dots. And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved with my words, I believe. I think after whatever we do here, we'll end the stream. Missing to the suite, as mother would say, or I'm in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah!
Do you know, though, something about this room is so strange.
Strange? What do you mean? The entire room?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. This one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
Dots, I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Uh-oh, we have to talk. I think we'll save that for tomorrow. Okay, we'll save everything else for tomorrow. I think we have to end there. If not, this will never end. Oh man, we have to. Okay, we'll save that for tomorrow then. What the professor truly is. Oh my god. And what happened to Barok's brother, probably. Yeah, I'm saving that for tomorrow. I can't do it today. My soul has already been through enough. Kazuma-sama's alive! Oh nice, we have the grave behind us. Great! How the guy can eat. Oh my. Oh, we have to save some for tomorrow, you know? We gotta make sure we have energy every day. I mean, what? I mean, yeah, we're gonna just end the stream. I'll be continuing tomorrow. But, I think, if I can, I'm gonna go watch Shang-Chi later in a couple hours. And also see if I can get a Pro Controller on the way. But we'll see. But I'm gonna end the stream. We'll find out the professor's story tomorrow. And if what HERLOCK knows about the Barok von Zooks. But thank you for chilling. I hope you enjoyed the drama. The drama is real. But I shall see y'all tomorrow. For now, goodbye. And peace.